Expedia, I'll be definitely watching. They the stock alerted this morning as well. Good morning. Morning all. Let's see, AbbVie today. I'm being told calls. Dude, for me, AbbVie, it's always going to be calls, at least for now. But yeah, it's up nice pre-market. We'll have to see what it does. But, it got beat up a little bit yesterday. I think there's definitely some room to the upside here. And on the daily, looks like it bounced right off the 21 EMA. So definitely be watching that one today. I got Expedia on the list. Expedia, I will probably watch the way that it opens, see if it gets a little pullback, but it may not. It may just kind of keep going in this direction. We'll see. But I will be looking to play this one long if the momentum continues. Let's see. What else did we talk about? Oh, PanW already in, but nice pop this morning. Somebody mentioned Intez on their upgrade. I don't love playing stocks that are, already so far off the moving averages on longer term, but might still be worth paying attention to. I mean, it's only got like $6 until it gets to the 52-week high. And Roku on that price target upgrade that they got yesterday. Let's see what Baba's doing. Baba's up nice pre-market. So I think everything's getting a little bit of a bump this morning, kind of the drop that we got yesterday. We gapped down a little bit on SPY, and it looks like today we're going to gap up. So the inverse, of where we started the day yesterday. So BP looks like it's bottomed out. I don't usually play BP. They made a deal with Brazil company and paid some of their debt. Well, they do have the energy sector helping them out. The movement in the XLP. And I don't typically play BP like you. But potentially, you see it kind of, this seems to be the bottom on the daily. 15-minute, you got it moving up. Look at the 1 hour, it looks like it's moving up. What are we at? 37.05. Maybe watch this. The immediate area that I see is right in here, but that's, a 1 hour chart. But you can see kind of that area being right in here where it's found previous support. So I would say let it get through there, and then, you could play it long, which it might do pretty quick this morning. So, all right, AbbVie pulling back. What is Expedia gonna do? Where are we at? 106. Let's see if we get a pullback here out of the gate. And Peloton opened at 35.25. Nice. Kern down a little bit this morning. What's it at? 11.90. Not much. It's Expedia 106. My options are not pricing in E-Trade. Expedia is happy. But I can't get the options to price. Okay, and that's why I have two accounts. Let's go try Fidelity. All right, the 106 is 290 by 330. Some volume in the 110s. Those are 110 by 140. And also have the most OI. All right, I picked up small position to start here in Expedia 110s. You might want to wait and see, if it pulls back further. There you go. Now let's see if it holds that 9 EMA or if it's going to keep. Well, it looked like the market liked it initially. All right, what is Roku doing? I need to look at Roku real quick. Over 150.
I'm ready, Mom.
All right. It looks like PNW. Where are we at? Got that little pop. We were in this channel and then dropped right back out of it. So I don't know. Let's see if this channel is still. So now maybe it looks more like. Oh, what's going on with Amazon? Nice pop on AbbVie. So Cat still upside currently. And Twilio pulled back in a nice pop. All right, what's Spy doing? Spy is popping. Nice. Where's Amazon at? Because when Spy pops, Amazon can as well. Yeah, 1781. Still quite a bit of juice on those Amazon contracts. It might start to chill out this afternoon. Theta Killing Wednesday, usually by Wednesday afternoon, the juice starts to kind of come out of those. Alright. Need to look at shop. Return to dust. It's not exciting. It's just nicotine. Trump got his feelings hurt at NATO, so expect some face-saving trade tweets to juice markets while he's on the plane. Perfect. Yellow. Perfect. Cat still moving up. Cat, I feel like I want to short it again. Not yet, but I think we need to just set an alert on it. Maybe up here if it makes it back to this 140. Well, I'm going to set an alert at like 145 in case it gets back up here. And for the downside, we know that 138.50, 139 has been really strong. So let's go 138.71. It's kind of been a strong area. And then we can look away. Let's go to shop. Shop is cranking. Nice. I played shop a little bit yesterday. Let's go look at shop. Let's see if shop can get a pullback. Let's see how far we're going to get. So shop, the 370s are still $5. But that's probably, did they have, yeah, those are still juiced. And Expedia just breaking down here. Let's look at shop. 375s are $3. I mean, those are, there's just too much on them for me. You know, being that we're at 360, those are $15 out of the money and they're still $3. That's just crazy. And the 360s in the money calls are $8. So I just don't like the premium on these. I mean, I see why there's a lot of juice on them. But damn. Mute. That was a $5 pullback right there, which is pretty nice. This 365s is probably what I'd be playing. 5 by $6. Or five, what are those? 570 by 620. And I like it right here off VWAP. See if it can get that bounce. What's the SPY doing? Yeah, shop for this week. Simmons, what's PCG doing? All right. Shop. Did I not fill? Let's see. Oh, I don't think I did. Nope, I didn't fill on shop. I put in a limit order, but it did not get filled. Oh, man, that sucks. That would have been nice. Man, those contracts move. Those 365s move fast. Like real fast. You got to be careful with those. They move real quick. What's everything else looking like? AbbVie pulled back. Expedia down. PanW. Maybe bottom right here on PanW. We'll see. And Twilio, big pullback. Let's see. Yeah, PB, I was looking at the 360. That's what I had my limit order in on the 365s. I chased a little bit. I had to adjust that limit order. But they move really quick. You got to be really careful with this. If it gets above the 200, she can run. J-Man, the best piece of advice that I could give you is to start by paper trading. Don't make any real money trades until you paper trade for at least, like at a minimum, like 3 months. But I would give it, ideally like 3 to 6 months, and give yourself until you get to be, where you've got, say, 4 to 6 weeks of consistent gains. You're not going to win every trade, but give it to where you feel like you've got a good handle on when to take profit and when to cut your losses, because that's the biggest issue, is that you don't cut losses and you take these big hits. You get these little wins, or you might get a big win, and then you take a big hit that just wipes out all your gains, and you got to avoid that. So, the best advice I could give you is to practice on paper for a while and get the feel for it. Now, I don't typically trade. I trade mostly options, but you can start with stocks, commons, in some of the more liquid names. Stay with stocks that are above, say, $20 as a starting point. I advise against trading those. Stay away from penny stocks. Stay away from, the $10, $15 biotechs that people trade on hopium or expectation of news. Stay away from that stuff. Find stuff that you can trade that trades off longer term areas of support and resistance, and practice that. And J-Man, learn how to find support and resistance, learn how to draw trend lines. Start there. I will look at GS. Happy Trader Guy. Trucker Man. Yes. Black Box is it's basically a scanner. Hold on, I need to look at PCG because there's a lot of talking going on. I'm hearing PCG. Oh, look at that, $10. Nice. I need to go look at that position real quick because I did buy like a couple. I didn't buy much, right? I bought a couple hundred shares in PCG in the sevens on the chance that it might get a pop. Did they get some news? I don't see anything. The last news I see is from yesterday that says they could have prevented the deadly California fire. Did they have news this morning? I'm not sure. So let's see. Trucker Matt. So yeah, there's kind of two sides to Black Box. There is the algo platform. This is like the screener scanner that shows you kind of what's going on in the market. I look at options flow, but there's a few different tools. There's a lot of tools in here, but there's a pre-market scanner. There's a volume ratio scanner. There's a post-market scanner. It has news built in from the fly. And this is all tied together. If I click on any ticker, the news for that ticker would show up. It has its own chat and some mod rooms in here. I have a room in here. And I'm actually broadcasting my voice live into there as well. But the tool that I use are these options flow alerts. So that's kind of one side of it. And the other side is the Black Box Discord server, which looks like this, where we have a bunch of mods, me being one of them that post plays in here. I did not post that because I didn't like it. But you can see the mods that are in here posting plays. You know, Maria scalped Roku yesterday. She hasn't played anything yet today or gotten in anything that she called out yet today. And I'll pipe the audio in so you can see what that sounds like and the stuff that we're talking about. And then there's also, they have 2 different private Twitter accounts where those alerts also go out to on Twitter. So let's go look at GS. Happy Trader Guy. Let's see, just did dividends and sold off. Okay, so did they fall by an amount like, you know, equivalent to what they paid out in the dividend? Kind of usually what happens. When did they do that? Oh, that was back on the 29th though. So that's interesting. And I don't play GS very often. I typically only play this when there's flow on it, but I do see, you know, this area right in here as an area of contention. Definitely. And you're right inside that range. Let's see. So you got about 209.12 potential support, potential resistance up around 221, 220. So you're kind of right in the middle of that, right? So I like to see, now I do see this trend, you know, since 2019, since the beginning of 2019, actually December 2018. You can see, you know, if I line these two up, kind of something, you know, and these are never exact or perfect, but I would call it something like that because when it popped back down below that, it was bought right back up. And you have two points of contact there. You'd like to see 3. But you got 2 points of contact there and kind of flat top right there. So I would look for it to pop through this to continue an upside move. Now this is longer term, right? This is on the daily chart. If you want to play shorter term, then you have to start looking at this on, it's good. I like to know where I am in the scope, like the bigger picture. Where's it at? This is where it's at. So you would expect that, at some point you're going to come back and test this trend line a third time, potentially, but it may not. But it's got to get above this kind of triple top around 222, but you got some range between here and there that you can play. It looks good on the 2-hour chart, but it's below every moving average at the moment. If you want to play it shorter term, and you want to try to catch that move early, you got the 21 EMA at 216.18. Let it get above that. That's on the 2-hour. Let's look at a 1-hour. It's just getting through that 21 EMA. On the 1-hour is 214.25, then 215.68 is the 34. Now if I look at this on a 5-minute, looks pretty good on a 5-minute. 200 MA at 215.93. All right, let's go, Expedia. Yeah, I mean, typically, Trader Guy, they're going to pull back. When that dividend is released, they normally will pull back an amount, equivalent to the dividend payout or something close to that. And then if it's a good stock, it's going to recover that dividend payout pretty quick. Twilio high a day and trying resistance. Yes, it is. Sweet. PanW, my guess is SPY. Yep. Everything's popping. Except for AbbVie. AbbVie, no pop. But Expedia and PanW and Twilio are all popping. Shop kind of slowed down here, but it's above this 786 extension on the 1 minute. See if we can I really want to see this get through the 200, because if it does, it's going to run. Still in some Equinix? Yes, I am. I have not looked at it this morning. I did sell some, which I had posted. Yeah, your GS looks good. I mean, it looks strong today. I'd like to see it. This is the 200 MA on the 5-minute. See what it does right there. If it gets above that, maybe you play it. See if it rejects. What I'd like to see, if you really want to be patient, is let it pull back to the 34 or VWAP. See if you can get a pullback there and then play it. Because right now you're chasing a little bit. That's not to say that it won't keep running, because it might. I mean, sometimes you look at it and go, oh, this is chasing, and then it runs another $4, right? So, if you play it, just know that at some point you may get that pullback to the 34 or to VWAP on the 1 minute. But I do like it. Where's this? That was at 212-ish, 211.96. I wouldn't consider that to be super important, but 216.69, some resistance potentially right there. Between about 216.50 and 217, maybe. But it may just blow through that. I mean, the momentum is definitely on its side. Yeah, it looks solid to me. I don't know what those contracts cost. So if I was looking to play this, now this is one, oh wow, the 217.50s, $2 out of the money are only 68 by 73. That's not bad. And you could see this thing getting there potentially today. if this continues. Wow, that's not bad at all. Interesting that they did not move on that last little pop. The 215s are under $2. So I would say that's not bad either. Ideally, you could give this thing, I think, a little more time. And I'd go the 217.50s for $2 out to next week. I like that better. Yeah. I kind of like those. See if you get any sort of pullback there. But the contracts aren't moving too fast. The 217.50s for next week, I'm watching them, and they are moving a little bit. Now they're showing 192 by 204. Yeah, I like it right there. You can try it off that 21 or this 9 EMA as support, see if that holds as support, but you may get, let's draw in some fibs just to where we're at right now. So 214.83 would be the 786 extension off this move. Doesn't mean much for longer term, but you know, intraday on the 1 minute, could look at that as, you know, support. This is the first red candle coming in on the 5 minute. $214.84. I mean, I think you could potentially, the only concern here is if you play it here, you could play it real tight and use that 214.84 because you got the 9 EMA and it's the 786 extension. So you could, you know, if you're playing it tight, you could use that and give it to 214.60. Otherwise, you may get a pullback back here to like 214.32, which would be the 618. Neither of those may happen, or you know, may or may not happen, but that's, you know, if I'm playing it here, I'm probably playing it knowing that this 214.32, like I may have to give it to that because that's where you're going to find the 34 EMA. That's where it's going to line up. You're in the 215s? Okay. You know, don't be surprised at how fast it recovers. Like if it's solid, you see that all the time. They pay out those dividends, it takes a little drop. But if the stock is solid, it will usually make that up pretty quick. Look at PanW popping. PanW looks really pretty right now. If it gets out of this, now this is the concern, is this kind of price channel. Why am I showing... Why are these showing, looking so much different here? What did I do? Drawing should be synced. Interesting. Seems like this parallel channel is not syncing correctly. SPY in the Q's popping again. Dip on UVXY. There we go. Yeah, PB. It does that to me sometimes, but like if you see, I just adjusted it over here on the 15-minute, and then it actually did. But it's, yeah, it does look different, and I'm trying to figure out the same thing. Because it does. Well, you know, part of that is just the time frame, right? It's far more sensitive over here on the 1 minute, but you can see I adjusted it here, and now it kind of lines up. Go Expedia. Oh, look at that pop. Beautiful. So I got in too early. I chased, but it is paying off. Oh, thank you, baby. That was sweet. Thank you. I did want more coffee too, so.
Do you want me to put Jones in here or in his kennel?
Put him in his kennel. I'll get him in a little bit. Thank you. My wife just brought me coffee. Let's see. Connected to... It is connected, but I haven't done anything with it being connected. Guys, give me just a minute here, just because I'm in a couple trades. God, I'm up 60% on Expedia at the moment. God, I wish I would have just typed that in there. Posted it, sell to close. All right, I'm going to sell a third of this position up here because I would not be surprised to see a pullback right here. So I'm out a third, 114 average to 183. Let's see. Yeah, and PB, I think the majority of the issues are that, just the difference in the time frame. It's more sensitive here on a 1 minute. I think when you zoom way in and adjust it, you'll find that they line up. But you can just see, like, if I just, on this 15-minute, if I take it and just adjust it just a little bit, you know, how much it moves. And especially when it comes to like the angle of it, can make a big difference in what it looks like. Because I do find it to be pretty darn accurate. So when it doesn't line up perfectly, then I just kind of assume that I did something wrong, and usually that's the case. Let's see. When you get a chance, curious if you... Okay, so I already answered that one about TradeStation to TradingView. I did connect it, but I haven't... I don't trade commons often enough. And as far as I know, can't trade options that way. I haven't really looked into it, but for day trade, do you go buy stocks going above VWAP and 34 EMA on 5 minutes to go long? Sometimes is the answer. Sometimes. I mean, and this is why I say, whoever was asking earlier, J-Man, like, you know, if you were looking to go long here, Expedia, which I did go long, and I jumped the gun, so I had to write it down a bit. But it broke below this pre-market support just barely, and then popped back up, bought back up. So right there, when that happened, you might look at that and go, okay, it got bought back up, got through the 34 EMA. If you're waiting until VWAP, you're missing, a portion of this move. Not that that hurts you, because you would have got this pullback. Like this was textbook right here. It just barely cracked through this support, which is normal. Like they like to do that to you. The algos, it gets near this support and they drop it just a little bit lower to see who they can stop out. So this was pretty much textbook. Pop pre-market, pull back below, just below this support, back up through the 9 and the 34 EMA, gets through VWAP, pulls back, tests VWAP, tests the 9 EMA as support, and then takes off. That's textbook right there. That's the kind of play that you want to see. Then you get up here above pre-market high, and you can see the move. Like as soon as it broke high a day here at the open, as soon as it broke that, bunch of buy volume came in. Like that's the way you want it to look. That's the way you want it to see. It doesn't always work out, but you know, that's how you read this move and this volume, this action. That's the story that it tells right here. So I can't say that I necessarily, you know, will wait. Sometimes I jump the gun like I did here a little bit. I want to go back and look at GS. Let's see what it's doing. GS still right now holding this 9 EMA, holding on to it just barely. It did come, okay, so look at that. We drew those fibs in right when it was right here. We drew these fibs in, it came back. It bounced off this 786 extension. Now what you want to see, you know, right now it's holding this 9 EMA. It may come back down and test this again, but what you really want to see is, all right, you have a bit of a double top right here at 215.50. It did break the trend, this opening trend. That's okay. But you want to see it hold this 9 EMA and go back and test high a day. If it doesn't and it breaks down, you want to see it hold this 786 extension as support again. The longer this goes sideways, the closer the 34 EMA is going to get to the 786 extension at 214.84. And you would expect that to be strong support if there's strength in this move. But let's see. So an Island Trader, the other, like when we looked at GS, right? The other thing that I look at the 5 minute, you know, I look at what's it doing on a 1 hour. What's it doing on 2 hour? I like to get a feel for, you know, if we're setting up on a longer term time frame, if we're setting up on a 1 hour chart for a move, you get a stronger move than, you know, if you're looking at something that's just been down, 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 and it pops up on the 1 minute and it's moving, but on the longer term chart, it's setting up for a drop. I don't want to get into it. All right, so, all right, Amazon pulling back to VWAP. Pretty close, not quite. 34 EMA right there on the 1 minute. What is the SPY doing? SPY's pulling back now. So now's when you be careful on entering long positions, because if SPY breaks, if it doesn't find support here and it keeps moving to the downside, you've got the 34 EMA right below, so it may use that as support, but you know, you don't want to be, this is when I get hesitant, and it's like you want to see it find support here and start moving back the other direction, or on the 34. So you're impacted by what the SPY is doing and the Qs are doing, the market as a whole. You got to look at them kind of together. All right, so I just sold a little more Expedia, and that was at, what did I say I got in? Oh, that's right, because Fidelity averages your price on your buys and sells. Those were sold at 191. So what I have left is paid for, and I'll be willing to give it a little more room since at this point I can't get hurt on the position. Let's see, what else did I miss? Yeah, no problem on GS. JetBlue, I did not. Those were puts, right? They were calls? I thought I heard, so maybe it was puts in something else. Let's see, JetBlue. Oh, okay, $20 calls for 30 cents. And we actually got 2 alerts on JetBlue. So Amazon just broke. It's still holding VWAP on my chart. Yeah, so if you're asking me what I think about Amazon, hold on, I'll tell you what Kang says. See a trend line kind of like that on the daily. Let's look at, so I like it right here. And Kang says 1780. 1780 support is what you'd be looking at for it to hold. You'd want to see it hold 1780. But he likes it as well. He said the uptrend currently is still intact. And I will go back to JetBlue in just a second. But you can see this trend line that I put in here. I need to adjust the angle of that. Let's draw it here on the 60 minutes. Trend line something like that. Again, not exact, not perfect, but something like that. So 1781.28 currently. He likes 1780. I don't know exactly what he's looking at on 1780, but perhaps he's looking at the shorter term. As something like this. That would be my guess, because that puts that trend line support right about 1780, 1781 or so. Right about where it's at. So could you play it? Yeah, you could play it. It just broke. Now I have it below VWAP. Just barely. I mean, you're still above that trend, but everything's pointing down right here. Let's see where it finds its support. You'd like it to be right there is where it pulled back. If it breaks that, you may see a little continuation to the downside. So I'm not jumping in Amazon just yet, personally. Puts we're in now. Okay, so let's look at JetBlue. And I'm going to set an alert here on Amazon. You know, if it makes it down here, I might play it. Amazon just, as you know, can move really, really quick. I would say if it gets up, back up above here, it might be interesting. See if this level right here holds its support. So far it is. That's at 1780.69. Worth watching it for a few minutes. GS still looking good. Twilio pulled back. Expedia pulled back as expected. Right now on the 34. Let's get our fibs back in here. Also the 618 extension, that 106.76. So you get the 34 and the 618. I like it right there. Now I'm gonna pick up a couple more calls. I sold over $2. So I'm looking to play this off the 34 and that 618 extension, knowing that I might have to give it to VWAP. Bobby, those are the 110s. They're moving. Those 110s can move. Okay, there's Amazon. Give me just a second. Yeah, so I filled at 158. I'm gonna give them a little space. I gotta fill out this stupid form. I need an assistant in here. This is the sort of thing I've got to like. Well, I think I submitted that. This week's 110 are at 70. Am I playing this week's? Hold on a second. Oh, I think I'm playing. Crap. I went December 20th. Not this week, sorry. You can play this week. I went December 20th. Correction on the play that I just posted. I went December 20th, not this week's. On Expedia. December 20th, 110s. I filled at 158. Yeah, Vazu, I just corrected that. Dang it, now I gotta go fix it on Twitter too, because that posts to Twitter. Damn it. Twitter's over $30. That's kind of cool. Okay, how do I fix that? Shoot. Here it is. Okay, so at least I put a comment in there on Twitter that I had gotten in 1220 expiration. Let's see. Stock trading simulated game currently in 7th out of 700. Only 2 weeks left in the competition. Do you have any YOLO plays I could make to try to get first before it ends? Give me a second. I've got a couple possible options that I want to go look at this morning. Give me just a minute though. I'm going to give Expedia to VWAP if I have to. See what it does. Shop. Bounce nice off the 786 as well. Okay, Twilio. Right at VWAP. See what it does. Amazon. Kind of did what we were looking for here. Back above VWAP. Held that 180 as support. I like it. The market's got to participate to see a continuation on that move, but it does look pretty good. Like you could play it here, giving it back down to this 1780 support. Oh, there's a red candle coming in. Got pushed right back up though. All right, so let's go see. We're gonna find you. Let's see what we can find for a YOLO. See what PCG is doing. It's probably, I don't think there's a ton of potential upside here this week. It's PCG. It's a piece of shit. I don't know why it popped, but it can move. Let's look at Kern and LK. So Kern at 1179. It hit 1236 yesterday. I think it's got the potential to really move. That would be a YOLO. The float is low enough that if it really starts getting some volume, and it might, it could move. So I like that one for a potential YOLO play at 12 bucks. ZM is one that I'm playing, but it's just been, it rejected this 89 EMA here on the daily chart. Still moving up though. It does have the potential to move. We saw it move a couple bucks in one day last week. And you can see where it came from. So it was all the way, this was just, last week on the 27th, it was 76. Now it's 70 bucks. So I like that one. No options or futures. Yeah, so can only trade S&P 500. Can only trade S&P 500. Man, that makes it a little more challenging. What's your in NASDAQ? Amazon downside. So Amazon broke down. Yeah, so there you go. It broke that 1780 support. So if you were in, I'd be out and seeing what it does. This is pre-market support though, potentially. Pre-market being kind of right in here where you see the Morse code looking candles. Yeah, I don't know if honestly, I don't know if I have a great YOLO for you. If you can only trade, well, Kern is NASDAQ though, right? I mean, it's not OTC. Let's see. Yeah, you could play Kern. I mean, all of these are... I don't trade OTC. Yep, Amazon broke support there. Now, OGS still looking pretty good. What's SPY doing? Yeah, pull back on SPY here. And that's what I was talking about. Like, gotta kind of pay attention to what if the market as a whole is going to help you or go against you. At the moment, it's kind of going against you. I'd love to see a bounce right here and then back above that support, but it's looking kind of weak, to be honest. So be careful with long positions until we get back over that. Because just know if the SPY takes a drop right here, you're going to see probably some drops on some other stuff. Now, Expedia doesn't seem to care. It's moving. Okay, so let's see. LK maybe? What's it doing? $30 from 32.50 this morning. High short percentage of the float, low float. Peloton, high short ratio, low float. That's when I look for YOLOs. It's like, all right, what has a low float? What can move really fast? Obviously Roku, but it's so high up there that I don't like the risk reward. Peloton I do. Okay, meh. But Kern I do for sure. Look at this pop right here. I mean, when we talked about this just a minute ago, right? We just talked about this a minute ago, and it's made a dollar move. Almost $1, 75 cents. This thing can move. That would be my YOLO. And if you win, you got to come back here and you got to like subscribe for a year or something. Sorry, King, which ticker were you just talking about? Okay, thank you. King is looking at inverse head and shoulders here on Amazon on a 1 hour chart, and I can kind of see that. You got left shoulder here, right shoulder forming. So he's looking for that pattern right there. So let's take this down to, that's a 1 hour. Let's look at a 15-minute. And you're going to see something similar. It's kind of ugly, but yeah, I can see it. And for those of you that don't know, inverse head and shoulders is one of the most successful chart patterns out there. That typically plays out. You can make good gains on inverse head and shoulders. That is the strongest pattern. UVXY about to hit 34 in the 1 minute. Expedia has old resistance at 109. I think I'm just looking at so Expedia kind of a YOLO. Look where this thing came from. I know that they dropped on earnings. The market seemed to like that news. The CFO stepping down, the CEO stepping down. At least initially, the market reaction was positive. But now it's looking weak to me. Put my fibs back in here. Now we're under that 618. So let's see. We'll give it a little more space. We got the 200. It is under the 34. So I will likely be out somewhere around VWAP if that doesn't hold. I don't like that it broke down below the 618. So this, look at this on the 1 minute. Another example of an inverse head and shoulders playing out on this breakout. But now it looks like the breakout is, at least short term, done. And now it's broken down. So I'm going to give it to VWAP. And the kind of the top of that head and shoulders sitting right here. 105.95. Woody, I did. I made some good profit on it already. I'm not saying go long Expedia, planning to hold it. I was really just playing the momentum today and the fact that I like when you get a little momentum in a stock that's been beat to shit for whatever reason, then I like to play it. If it gets momentum to the upside, because it's like, I like when I don't like buying stocks at all-time highs. And sometimes I will. Sometimes I'll play that blue sky breakout looking for continuation. But I really like to play the stuff that has just been demolished. Because you can see, when something's been really beat up and then some good news comes in, the market really takes to it, you can see some big moves. And we did. We got a nice move out of this. But I'm not saying by any means, there's a reason that it took this drop, and it's because they reported shitty earnings. So, I keep that in mind. So I'm not going to just sit here and hold Expedia. And honestly, I don't even use Expedia, and I don't know a ton of people that do. So it's not something that I have any conviction in. I have far more conviction in PanW long. I have more conviction in AbbVie long. Twilio long. And Kern. Look at this. Dude, did you do it? Woody, did you buy Kern? Because now you're $13.50. It's up $2. Oh, well, see if you get a pullback. If you get a pullback back to $12.50, go long. But like I said, man, this thing can move. You could have just won the contest. Teresa, you there? Kern, 13.30. Those warrants that I was talking about at 83 cents, they're now $1.37. And I believe we still have some people that got in at about $5 when I talked about it. So that, and if you are still in, if you're one of those people that got in and you're still in, know that this thing moves quick in both directions. Keep that in mind. When it takes a drop, it can take a big drop. But yeah, it's been a monster. Thank you. And I'll be honest, I did not expect this move to happen the way that it did when I was talking about it. I was talking about the fact that I liked what they do as a company. I did not call it out because I thought it was going to move from $5 to $13 in the last 2 weeks. So I was not a Jenny B or a Maria. It just happened the way that it happened. But It is pretty cool. Let's see. Baidu. Yeah, we can look at Baidu. Let me check on. All right, we got a little bounce coming on Expedia. Let's see if we can get back above that 618. Needs to happen. AbbVie getting a little pop. AbbVie looks pretty strong today. Whoever was talking about calls this morning, let's see if we can break high a day up there at 86.81. Would be a good look. PNW, let's see. Whaler, your current is up 150% from entry. Really small position, so still holding to see where this goes. I'm still holding it too. I had no plans to sell it anytime soon. It doesn't hurt to, take some profits along the way and get back in on the dips and lower your average price, because there will likely be a dip again, but we'll see. So let's see, Whaler, I think you owe me a bottle of whiskey or something. I'm just playing. There are these, hey, if you want to do something cool, I think it costs you like $1 or something. Let me make sure I have it turned on. The face masks in Twitch. No one's done that yet. I've been waiting for that to get tested. But I think it's on. Let's see. This is what the face mask. Oh, no, I don't think I can test that. Hold on, give me a minute and I'll test it, but that would be cool. And then I will look at, what were we looking at, Baidu? Yeah. GS. There's the pullback on Kern. Dude, give it a shot right there. It might pull back to VWAP. I mean, I would, if this was me playing the game that you're playing, the contest that you're playing right now, I would be going in about a third of the position size right here. And I would be looking to see if it can pull back to this 1240. And if so, I'd add a little bit. And if it gets down to the 200, I'd probably add a little more. And I'd be adding all the way down here to about 1150. You don't want to, not an amount that's going to like hurt your position in the contest, but if you're really trying to win or like get in the top 3 or something like that, you would want to see support hold right here, low 11s. If it breaks that, then you could see downside all the way to, I mean, it was $9 yesterday. So, it can definitely pull back to 9. 735 would be next. But yeah. Playing short-term intraday like this. Okay, so you got under VWAP in the 34. Next, you're looking at the 200. Now, if it breaks this to the downside, I'll be looking, at this 1150 area. Then I might be looking to lock in some profit in case it does make this further drop down to like $9. And then, I'll start to maybe add a little back. But again, like, you know, it never hurts to take some profit, lock some gains in, and then buy it. If you like it, you buy it back, you know, after the drop. I'll tell you what, just to practice what I preach, I'm going to put a stop in here on a third of this position. I'm going to put a stop in at low a day here at 1120. So I'm going to put it just below low of day. I'm going to go 1110. Again, just practice what I preach. 1110, stop loss. And I'm actually going to put that in. I'll do a little more than a third of that position. Yeah. Amazon 1774.40. So it did break that 1780 and now continue to the downside. What is SPY doing? Kind of consolidating. It's got to get back up there. So, okay. Wait a minute. Is Kern not? Let's see. Yeah. Kern is NASDAQ. Why will it not let me? It's not letting me put a stop in here. Stop. Oh, okay. Yeah, it did. There you go. I have a stop in on Kern at 1110. See, JetBlue taking off. Disappointed with how Amazon is moving. Get it. Went up and my gains went down. How did volatility change? Time decay, potentially. I don't know what you're in, but you know that's possible. JetBlue, yeah, JetBlue is taking off a little bit here. So JetBlue, when do they report? Not till the 26th. So you've got some time for sure. JetBlue, everybody is looking at this area as an area of longer term resistance. It breaks this area and it could see some upside. I don't know how this thing typically moves. You know, what is the volatility like? So their last ER was a beat. That's what this jump, but it was only about $2 right there. February. So March 14th to April 6th. So a couple of weeks. It took about 3 weeks to go from 22 down to 1950. So it took 3 weeks for a $3 move. So it doesn't really typically make huge moves. Not to say that it has to make huge moves to make money on options, because it doesn't. And they were buying the $20 calls out to win for 30 cents. $20 calls out to December 20th for 30 cents. So when I look at that and I do the math, I go, okay, if it hits $20 today, if it hits 1975 today, those are going to look really nice, I think. But the chances of this thing, you know, let's see, 2050, I don't like it. I wouldn't be playing it. That's not to say that it won't take off, but I wouldn't be playing it. Coming up on long-term resistance. Expiry January 2020. Yeah, it wasn't. I get that it was an airline joke, Simmons. Totally. I just wanted to go back and look at the chart for you. Expedia at VWAP. Okay. if like I said, it may come back down here and test this. I think I'm going to get out of this. Sell to close. I mean, I'm only down, it's about 17%, so not bad. And that's kind of what I figured, is if I had to give it, let's give it VWAP. But it does look weak. It would need to find support here, and it's not at the moment. So I am going to get out. I'm watching. I haven't hit the button yet, but I am about to. $105.71, $105.70. I am out the majority of that position at 110. It is kind of getting pushed. I mean, you see the wicks of the candles are under the body of the candle. So it's dropping, but every drop, it's getting pushed back up a little bit, but it looks weak as hell. We haven't had a candle yet where the body closed below VWAP. This might be the candle right here. Yeah, now it's dropping. But there's definitely support there that is now breaking. Oops, not 1110, 110. PanW now through and above this price channel. Let's see what we got on PanW. I'm going to hold just a little bit. I'm out the majority here. I'm going to give it a little more room in what I have left. And you guys know, like I said, I can't get it hurt on this because I already did really well up in here. So it's okay for me. I can give it a little more room. AbbVie broke high a day and looks really, really good. AbbVie looks pretty good here for anyone not watching it. Broke high a day and getting just a little bit of a pullback for anyone interested in AbbVie. Yeah, I like AbbVie right here. If this support holds high a day, that'll be a good look. I mean, that's what we were looking for. I said, like, if it can break high a day, pull back, test high a day as support. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Let's see if it can hold that as support here at the 9 EMA and at high a day. If it does, I don't see any reason not to try it right here, knowing that, you know, you don't have to give it too much room before you get out if it doesn't work. And I'm already in the 87s. They're red, but I've been in them. So if I wasn't, I would be looking probably at the 86s. 169 by 172. I like those. And yeah, that's probably what I would be playing. When is there? So you got till 27 January till their next ER. So yeah, that's what I would be looking at. Now let's go back and look at SPY and see what SPY's doing. So SPY held nice little pop there on SPY, but it's coming up on resistance. And you can see that AbbVie is kind of following along here with what SPY is doing. So keep that in mind. You know, the two charts looking kind of similar here, except AbbVie went up and broke high day and SPY has not. But actually, no, it has not. Okay. Similar pattern though. Starbucks breakout. I've not looked at Starbucks, but I can. See what AbbVie is going to do. Shop's still looking really good. Where am I at on Shop? Green, but not by much at this point. They keep recirculating these Expedia articles. All right, there we go. So there's that consolidation just under VWAP on Expedia, and then pop. Now coming up on the 34, now you might see some movement. We'll see what it's good. This will be telling right here. If it breaks through the 34, I would expect to see another run. If it rejects, there it is right there. Oh. Man, it's tough when they do that. When they, everyone's expecting VWAP to hold. Now, it used to be 2 candles and you could expect further downside. Now it's like dropping 2 candles and then some. So I've got to find VWAP is not working as well as it used to here. Where did we bounce? I mean, it dropped below everything before. Look at this candle coming in. This is ridiculous. I'm going to ask Maria if she has any other indicators that line up, because that is ridiculous. Now, this could just be, another one of these type bounces before it drops again, but I don't think so. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm going to find something else. That pisses me off a little bit. Not going to lie. See how Shop bounced right here off the 34 nicely. But Expedia just broke through everything to the downside before making this move up. Just irritating. Good, Bobby. Good. I'm back in. But that's what makes the calling things on Black Box very difficult, because my risk tolerance is higher probably than most of the people that are following those calls, and I don't want to get them stuck in something, right? So you got to kind of, like, there's times where I have to do things just because it's responsible and you're being disciplined and following rules. But it's hard when it's like, okay, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, right? And I do that sometimes. Like, you get this break and it's like, okay, I'm out. Oh, now we're back through. Oh, it's looking good again. Okay, I'm back in. And it works for me, but it's, it's very difficult to call that out sometimes. Okay, so now I've got this 618 extension 106.80 that it has to get through. So let's see what it does right there. Game Genie for the... Yeah, right? Wouldn't that be sweet? Current holding is 1230 at the moment. But God, it's just... Sometimes it's just tough. And like I said, you saw the wicks of these candles. They're trying to push it back up. This was the reversal right there. So Expedia, I'm going to record, I'm putting in a stream marker here because I want to go back and review this later. PNW blowing up. What do you mean blowing up? I mean, it got a nice pop. Now it's kind of pulling back. Now I've got support. I'd like to see 228.75-ish. Hold up. Would be nice. Where am I at on PNW? Up slightly on those contracts. Not a huge amount. Mr. Meow, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, it worked, right? We played it off the bottom of this channel. Now we're using the top of it as resistance. So thankfully that worked out the way that it was supposed to, because they don't always. So Expedia now rejected that 618. So see what it does. Bobby, just be careful with it. I don't like that it rejected right there. I would have liked to see this continuation. I mean, that's definitely some volume behind that buying pressure, right? Definitely some volume behind that, showing some strength. If I had more time right now, I'd probably be looking at level 2 to try to get a sense of what's going on. Just be careful. Yeah, it is 1220. And that's kind of why I bought 1220. My thought process was like, okay, if this thing, does pull back, you're not going to get hit as hard with a little bit of time on them. So let's see. What else call me Mr. Meow. Did you get in any PNW? And if so, what did you get? What strike and expiration? Because there was a few different PNW calls that were made. Like I've got this week's 230s. Those are the ones that are just barely green right now. I would not be surprised here if it does pull back like it's doing. If it pulls back a little more. I'm actually going to sell half that position. Just because they are green. I don't want to let them go red. Let's go.
Order filled.
All right. Now, if it gets back down to the bottom of this price channel, I'll definitely buy it again. I'd like to see this hold its support right here, but just in case it doesn't, took a little off the table, a little profit. Look at Shop. Nice move on shop here off the 34. Those contracts still have not moved much at all. I mean, I'm only up like 7% on the 365s. Kind of surprising. Probably going to need like another $2 move here, and then probably $1 from here, and they'll probably start moving. But I mean, they're pricing in. Let's see, the 365s are $8. 7 cents to the spread. There's a 40-cent spread. 770 by $8. So they're pricing in a move up to like 372.50 or so. GS. Still looking pretty good here. You can see this cup and handle forming here on the 1 hour. You got for anyone interested, you got a cup and handle on the 1 hour, or the cup has formed on the 1 hour on GS. I am. Somebody brought it to my attention in Twitch, and I'm actually in it, but they had their dividend payout last week. Took a drop on the dividend payout, and it's been moving up off the bottom at like 210. Let's see. Was that you, Vazu? Because I'll give you credit for that. I mean, it wasn't mine. I can't remember who. If that was your, let's see. You got Angie, or was that Happy Trader Guy? Happy Trader Guy. Happy Trader Guy, that was you. Calling out GS. Good morning, Chester. What's up? I told you, you're Chester from now on. God, shop is just a monster. Starting to move. Those 365s are starting to move a little bit now. Get another 50 cents out of those, and those should start cranking. All right, Twitter. What am I at here on Twitter? Twitter's downside today. I'm going to get out of Twitter because I have this week's $30 calls. They're up just barely. Some red today. Twilio, I've got this week's 100s. Those have lost some value today. Up about 15%. Let's go look at Twilio real quick. I might be needing to hop out of that. Look at that. JetBlue got near that resistance and started pulling back. Now under the 21 EMA here on the daily. Potentially, it's right at the 200 here. If it drops below the 200, that could be an interesting short. A lot of bid side action on those calls. Simmons, thank you. Thank you. It looks like it's setting up for potential short right now. Twilio still looking okay here. Above VWAP. But now it's getting a pullback. Let's see what it does. I am going to exit we get below VWAP here, I'm going to get out of the majority of these. Just lock in gain. Amazon. Still this longer term trend line. So here's another scenario where it's looking like it's not quite lining up. Because I got it below that on the 15-minute, above on the 1. That's interesting. I've got some reason here. I'll have to come back to that in a second. Now Amazon dropping. Uptick in UVXY. There's the pullback, the drop here on SPY. So SPY in this channel at the moment, between about 311.95 or let's see, what is that? 311.50. I don't know. Call it 311.47-ish, and 311.87. So about a 50-cent range right now, back and forth. And there's PNW back down near the bottom of this channel. So now I'd look for the bottom of this to hold as support. May do what it did right here. So I'd give it a little bit of time. But you can see that. And now it's dropping just, let's see what it does right here. Key area. See how far they're gonna move it outside that. Oh, gotcha. Mr. Meow. All right. Now it's outside that channel again. Now let's see what we're going to do. See how long it's going to take. But I would expect this trend to kind of hold. I mean, it's been doing that since the drop, the 27th. So you got, several days here of this move to go off of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading days in this move. So I would kind of expect this to continue here. Now the one thing I haven't looked at is where we're at. See, this pullback I kind of expected here, being that this was support on the way down, resistance on the 15-minute here on the way back up. So I think everybody kind of knows, hey, if this thing breaks above 231, you could get a really nice move out of it, because that was the top. When it dropped here, that was resistance. That's where it consolidated before dropping further. So that's what everybody's eyeing right there. That 231, call it 230.96, somewhere in there, right? That's what everybody's looking at. Maybe up to 231.76. That's what everybody's watching. In fact, what are like, if you were looking out to next week, is there a 230, 250 strike? And if so, what do they cost? I'm going to go look at those. Twilio, bouncing off the 200 at the moment on the 1 minute. There is, I think, somewhat of a trend like that. Shorter term. Yeah, that's on the 1 minute. Let's go back to, all right, Expedia. I like it. I mean, it's, yeah, oof. Hold above VWAP. Oh, Kang's funny. Do. What are you going to do? I think it's trying again. It can move. But you got all the moving averages here curling up just a little bit. Let's go look at, where'd my 1 minute chart go? The other one that I was using. Let's see. No. Where'd that one go? Maybe here? Yes. I am. What is your name? I'll just call you Ninja. JetBlue below the 200. Interesting for a short. Yeah, all my indicators. Let's see if that cinnamon indicator goes green, but it's turning to the upside. So everything here is looking like Expedia potentially setting up for another run. To me, it looks set up potentially. Let's see if we can get these to go green. Let's look at JetBlue for you. Yeah, JetBlue under the 200. Kind of curling up a little bit here, but yeah. JetBlue looks like potentially more downside. Not on the 5 minute though. Well, yep. You just got that cross right there on the 5 minute. Yep. JetBlue looks like more downside. Expedia looks like upside. Expedia on the 5 minute. Let's see. Give it a little more time on the 5 minute here for some confirmation, but not looking half bad. Next week. PB, yeah. VPVR is the volume. This is volume price range. So you can see, like, at VPVR, it shows you within the price action, it kind of shows you where the volume is moving the price up versus where it's pushing it down. And you can see where the most amount of volume, this is the visual, VPVR is showing you the volume and price action in the visible range. So you can see, like, as I increase the visible range, the volume profile changes. So, if you're looking at what's going on today, then you kind of zoom in and make that the visible range, and it will show you what the volume profile looks like for today. And where the majority of the volume is right here where we're at. Right? When it gets up here, there's lower volume. Down here, there was lower volume. But right here is where the majority of the time was spent and the majority of the volume is happening. So that's what that shows you. Ninja, I have next week. I have calls for next week on Expedia. I don't plan on holding them. I really was playing that as a scalp. But yeah. I mean, to me, you had this cup form, handle, breakout, back down, using the top of this cup right now as support. So we'll see. I took nice profit, nice gains on this up here. So what I'm holding is not going to hurt me, but to me, it looks like you could potentially see this thing consolidate in here. I think it's risky right now. I think it's a crapshoot, but it has already been kind of beat up. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. I am going to move to, I want to see PanW. What PanW looks like. Shop still running. Yeah, no, like long term, Ninja, I agree, because it's been so beat up. It's ready to, there's recovery somewhere. I did mention that I don't use Expedia, and I don't know many people that do. So that is my concern. Like, there's so much, I feel like there's a lot of competition for them out there. Yeah. I agree. Short-term crapshoot. I would put it in the realm of very risky, since, it looks like kind of the momentum has stalled that it had this morning. This gap up. So look at this. I bet if we draw, this is always interesting. Draw the fibs in here from the gap. Let's see what we see. It's literally right near that 786 extension. If you measure the gap here, didn't quite make it down to the 382, but it retraced almost to the 382 extension. Back up, did a little wobble here, but that is right at the 786. Came down, tested 786, bounced. So this is what's going on right now. This bouncing off the 786 extension. It's making lower highs, but you could also just say that this is it. It gapped, it retraced, shot up right to the 1272. I mean, literally spot on the 1272 before pulling back. So, I mean, it's, again, kind of textbook. I should have looked at it that way earlier, honestly. What did we get? We got an alert that just came in if you're in Black Box. The alert that just came in, it sounds like there's a few people taking it. I can't tell you what it is. You'll have to go look. Another reason to be a Black Box subscriber. The consensus is that they like that alert. And there are a few people, it sounds like, following it. And that is, what are they following? Out to January 3rd on that. So it's the alert that's out to January 3rd, if that helps you. I'm going to follow that as well. I am. I'm going to follow that. Let's see. RIP. Okay, let's see. True. What do you think of Disney this week? Let's go look at Disney. Yes, Bobby. RIP got ad. Huh? Oh, Ninja, thank you. I appreciate it. You have to wait until, like, if you gave it to somebody else, you just have to wait until, because it doesn't auto renew. So you got to wait until it expires from whoever you gave it to previously. But it doesn't auto renew, so as soon as it expires, then you'll have it again. You'll be able to, give it to whoever you want. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, P. Mellon, thank you. P. Mellon sub shared rewards to 5 others in chat. I don't think I've ever saw that. I don't think I've seen that. I don't know what that means. But thank you. I appreciate it, guys. All of you that are here says you can gift subs. Sweet. I have no idea why when you subscribe to, maybe it's like, is there some sort of holiday thing going on? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. But yeah, gift them out. You can send me a sandwich. That's okay. Well, I have Prime too, P. Mellon, and there's a lot of people that, yeah, a submarine would be way cooler. But Simmons, hey, whiskey's never a bad idea. Or, actually, there is I made what is it, like a swag store in Prime, and I ordered the hoodie for my wife, and it's actually pretty cool. I mean, it's simple. I threw it together in a couple minutes, but, Eagle Rare, give you the P.O. Box. Simmons, I will DM you. You've made me enough this year. Awesome. Perfect. Look at GS. Still looking pretty good. That's what it's all about, Simmons. I mean, as a group, the more eyes, the better. I love it. Ooh. All right. Piton recovered a little bit. 33.80. Roku not doing anything for me. Let's go back and look at shop. Little pullback on Shop. Ooh, what was that? That was an ugly candle. Taking half off the table with Shop. JP Morgan lifts the price target on Marvell. They just reported, and they didn't do well. They just got a price target upgrade from 27 to 31 by JPM. Ninja, I'll look at Disney in just a second, dude. I owe you that. Give me just a minute. Thanks for keeping me on track there. I want to see where Marvel is. And look at Amazon held this trend line support at the moment. MRVL. 24. All right. And they just got a price target upgrade to 31. Let's see if there's any reaction to that. They took a drop on some not great earnings, but for some reason they just got a price target upgrade. So that could be interesting for Marvell after this drop. And those are not expensive to play, just so you know. Like the 25s, fuck it, I'm going to pick up a couple of those right now. Just because they're cheap enough to play. 25s to January 3rd are 50 cents. Now this doesn't move fast. You look at where it came from. Was up just 25.50. Okay, maybe I'll go 24s for $1. And those have a couple weeks on them. Let's look at December 20th. 24s are 71 cents. And next week's 24s are 50 cents. I'm going to go next week's 24s. Actually, I'm going to go next week's 23s are $1.25. So there's only 10 cents of premium on those. That's what I'm going to do. I just got a JP Morgan raised their price target on Marvell from 27 to 31, and it's down at 24.08. I know they just reported and didn't report great, but they just got a price target upgrade. Yep, for sure. For sure. Yep. Bobby, next week's $23 calls. Next week's 23s. They weren't expensive. I filled at $1.28. So see if PanW is going to hold this or not. And then Shop still looking good. Expedia holding VWAP still. Twilio still kind of holding that trend line. And Amazon still holding that trend line. Let's go look at Disney. Disney below VWAP on the 1 minute. Where are we at? 148.54. So taking a little bit of a hit here this morning. I think Disney will be back over 150 next year. Early, could be later this month, could be, early January, could be tomorrow. But, I think if we look back at Disney, and it doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The market doesn't care. But I do think Disney continues to climb. Now, it may come back and test this 21 EMA, 145.28-ish on the daily. 145.24. Maybe. But you've got some support. That 144, like after the pop up, right in here has been support, and you're just above that. No, on the 1 minute we're just below that, and actually it acted as resistance right there. But I have some, actually I think I sold them all. I had some March Disney calls that I bought when it was at like 136, but I think I got out of all of them already. If you draw, let's see what the fibs look like here on the daily. So if we look here, back down, you can see where it popped, rejected 786, which is where you would expect it to pull back, came down, just about tested the 382 extension, messed around in here at 618, came back up. Actually, let's drop this back down. I think right there. Same story, but just more accurate representation. Yeah, almost hit the 272. About $1 below it. Pulled back 786 and bounced. So you would want that 786 extension to hold. But I like it. What's going on? Somebody's talking about CRM downside, Apple high a day, BYND. Any news on TNDM? That's what they're asking about. TNDM. Tandem. So that's what I see on Disney. 147.63, down to about 146.79, looking for that area to hold to continue the move up. But it looks to me good for a potential move back up over 150. Yeah, potentially. I like the 24 or the 23s because there's only like 20 cents a premium on them. You can do whatever you want. By all means, if you like the 24s, go with the 24s. But to me, there's a drop on Expedia. Well, let's see what it does here at 105.50-ish. And there you go. So whoever was saying Expedia looks like put short term, you might be correct. Let's see what happens. You got 105.20 is that 382 extension just below. See if it goes down and touches that. So Marvell. Yeah. So I went in the money on these, and like you go in the money out to next week, and you're only paying like 15 cents in premium. So when I can go in the money or closer to the money without much premium on them, and they're not super expensive, I like that. Because if you're only paying 10, 15 cents in premium, and you can give it, we can give this down to $24 or so, those contracts are only going to drop by 10, 15 cents. So I like it. Let's set an alert here at 24 just in case it pulls back to there. Shop blowing up. Good. Go shop. Still not, they're not huge gains. Like, I'm up 19% on shop. Not huge. Kern stuck right now at 1205. What else do I see happening here? Where's Peloton at? 33.51. Twitter. Where's Twitter? Maxar is down a dime. Equinix 555. So that's nice. TGT 125. Nice. Nvidia's up $2, and Amazon's only up $2. Tesla 334. Nice little drop on Tesla there. And Twitter just barely over $30. $30.03 at the moment. I like Nvidia. I like Nvidia just all the way around. IV on Shop is high. Yes, it is. It's crazy. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I got into them, but yeah, that IV is expensive. It's high. And it makes it tough to play, especially if you're on a smaller account. Like, Shop is something that is probably out of range. And Expedia did pull back again. I'm still watching that 382 extension. If that breaks down, the 200 is just below. Well, you got about another $1. If it breaks that 382, though, you might see some more downside today. Like you were saying, short term, maybe puts. Happy trader guy next week. Next week on Marvell. But I'm watching this. I want to see if this pop is short-lived. They've got a price target upgrade. Like, is this going to be a short-lived, like, little pop on the news and then sell off? Or are we going to see some continuation on that price target upgrade? So just watch it. I mean, they're not super expensive. They don't move real fast. They're in the money. I think it's a safe enough, low enough risk play that you can just kind of keep an eye on it. And if it makes you uncomfortable and you're down a couple pennies, you can sell it. And you're not going to get hurt on it. At least I don't think. I think you can get out of it fast enough if you need to. That's not really going to hurt you. I got in at 128, yeah. So they haven't moved since I bought them. This PNW should go back up into this channel. That's probably about parallel as well, but let's see. If it doesn't, and the market takes a drop, it could get ugly. But right now, SPY is popping a little bit. Now SPY going for high a day. It actually broke high a day, just barely. So that could help us. And someone said, damn, Shop. Yep, Shop just keeps on going, doesn't it? This seems to be the magic spot where those contracts are now moving. Because now every tick, the contracts are moving 2%. Yep, that was 3% in the other direction. So this is kind of the magic area for those 365s to move, at least right now. Give it another half hour, and it'll probably have to be higher to see that move. Watch Tesla. B. Riley. So first we got JP Morgan. Now we got B. Riley with a price target upgrade. Just came out. $32 on Marvell. Interesting. Yeah, those 365s move fast. Now, look, here goes Marvel. Little pop. See if we're going to keep getting these upgrades. We might get a couple more analyst upgrades here on this. But we'll see. We'll see. There's a ugly red candle. Right at the 34. So is this like a pump and dump, sell the news? Or are we going to get some more buy volume here to support it? We will see. Chester, W Day is shitting on you. That doesn't sound good. So look where this rejected. Right here, which was consolidation on the way down. So it looks potentially, it just totally rejected that area right there. Like didn't even try, didn't even test it. But I'm watching this to hold as support. Right in there. See if that can hold. All right, PNW, where are you going to bounce, bastard? Bounce somewhere. Twitter just barely hanging on to 30. But you got this double tap here. So that was resistance here and here, that $30, and it did break through that. And now just barely holding 30 as support. Drawing the fibs here the way that I see them. Something like that. And you can see where that puts us right around the 618 extension, which is 30.02-ish, 03-ish. What's the SPY doing? Pulling back a little bit. CRWD, 18 million share float with 47% short. Really? Juicy, thank you. No, I was not. I had not looked at the share structure on CRWD. Is that 18.65 million share float with 47% short? Holy shit. Yeah, that's crazy. Another upgrade on Marvel. Jeffries, rated as a buy, raised their price target to 32 from 29. So another upgrade. Amazon just broke to the downside. Just broke that trend support. I mean, the way that I have it drawn on here, at least. Broke down out of that. Could get interesting for Amazon right here. Another upgrade, Needham. Lifts the target only to 29 from 28. So small upgrade on Needham. What are your thoughts on Intez? You're in calls. Let's go look at Intez. I mean, it's high, right? But let's go look at it. I mean, these price targets upgrades that are coming through for Marvel are pretty small, but they're flowing in. I mean, that's the fourth or fifth one that I've seen where they got an upgrade. Intez. Intez sitting right at, you know, where you'd want to see support as where it was resistance yesterday. And again, I mentioned I don't like buying stocks, you know, or like you can play blue sky breakouts for sure. And I like this 318. Yeah, it's at a good area where you would expect to see some support or hope to see support for sure. Another upgrade on Marvel, $32 or $30 from 28, maintains positive rating. So it's just, I mean, upgrade after upgrade on this thing at the moment. It just needs to respond. And it is so far not really doing much. Twilio broke that trend line support. Big pullback, bigger pullback on SPY there. Still kind of in this area, this channel. Now you got that double top. So now you could see this SPY pull all the way back to 311.46. Potentially. Big drop on Twitter. So Twitter broke under 30 and dropping. Rosenblatt. Another upgrade. Rosenblatt. I think they're going to keep coming, but I'm not going to post any more of those price target upgrades. I think we got the picture. Everyone thinks Marvell is going to 32. I think that's the general consensus. So I think I might buy a little bit in commons. And just kind of hold on to them for a while and see what happens. PCG 910. AGN 186 today. Looking at some of the longer term positions I have. XR 1090, current still 1205. I did well on shop. Commons. Looking at this morning, but they got totally crushed. Yeah. And PanW not yet holding. I do like Twitter under 30, but I'm not going to mess with it at the moment. $29.92. That SMPL is now up 67%. I can't remember when we got in those, but they worked out well. Our ATVI 55s are up 10%. What else do we have? Peloton $35 calls up 41. On that piece of shit ON. Wow, what happened to HD? Did it just tank? Must have. No. Well, what is that? 215, 214.97 down to 214.15. Not a big drop, but those calls sure took a beating. Interesting. Oh no, those are different calls. No, the ones I picked up this morning are just barely down. Okay. This drop on Marvel, all these price target upgrades, and it just doesn't care. Get it under 24, and I will definitely pick some up. Yep. Still dropping. Let's see, holding 3 Amazon calls December 20th. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? I think we talked about this yesterday. I don't hold Amazon calls long term. Too risky. So that is totally up to you. I can't really help you there. I mean, do I think it gets there? Yeah, probably. I know, Happy Trader Guy, this is pissing me off. Like, price target upgrade after price target upgrade, and it drops. I might... Where were we? Let's see. Let's look at the Expedia now bouncing a little bit here. Let's look at Marvel here. I mean, you would expect this area somewhere in here, damn it. Support. Maybe down here at like 23.14. Hopefully it doesn't make it down that far, but that's Marvel for you. But on the daily, like this is, you know, support even back to 2017. But just not happy at the moment. Coming up on the 200 MA on the daily. If that breaks, it's going to get ugly. That's what you're looking at right there. So this should be an area of support. Should. Good morning, Eltor. Good morning. Yeah. I mean, Happy Trader Guy, it's right there. This area. I mean, you know, if you don't like it, get out and wait until the 5 minute shows you a solid sign of reversal. You know, there's no reason or need. You can get in and out. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay. You ain't down much, so do you? If this holds, you know, then I'll probably swing these. But right now it's looking like shit. Just a heads up, I will likely be taking off a little early today. I have to drive to freaking Boulder. To go get tires and wheels put on my truck. So I probably won't be here for the whole day today. Yeah, it just keeps. What I was trying to do. Damn it. That's what I was trying to do. Don't we pay for this service? You can. Nice. Nathan, nice. Yeah? Unfortunately, trust me, I would rather be here than going and sitting and getting tires installed. Although I'm pretty excited because I think I'm gonna like the tires and wheels that I picked out. But yeah. V, let's keep going up. V looking pretty strong. Expedia, Marvell, Shop, HD, GS. Very, very nice. Amazon bouncing a little bit. And Intez just want to see that 317 hold. Actually kind of like it. But they are I mean they're let's see. 325. 52-week high, so $7 off that. But man, all the way up here at 376 back in 2018. Let's look at this on a weekly chart real quick. So the weekly chart, and let's look at, okay, I'm actually going to take this to a monthly, which I don't do very often, but man, that 34 EMA right here, or 55 on the monthly, that was all the way down at 219. That would have been a nice play. Would have been really nice. So let's draw in the fibs here on the monthly. Let's go high, low, back to high, and see what we got. So you can see, ooh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, close enough for now. And you can see that playing out. Kind of wobbled in here around the 786, made it through the 618, took off. Now it's at the 382, just above this 382 extension. The 236 is at 239.83-ish. If we look at, let's look at daily pivots. 318.25 is where we're at. So the closest pivot, 318.66, Camarilla pivot, R1. 318.66. That's about the closest I see as far as daily pivots go. On the 1 hour, 319.17, Camarilla R2. So where did we bounce? 317.82. What was low a day? 317.52 was low a day. On the 15-minute, 318.31 is R1 Fibonacci pivot. On the 15-minute, R1 318.50, 51. So if I get rid of these monthly fibs here, and we draw them on the 15-minute, we get something that looks like this. I don't know. I'm looking at that 319.02-ish. It rejected the 200 right there on the 1 minute. Came down. Tried to pop back up. Rejected the 200. Got knocked back down. Definitely interesting. PCG 922. Anything else interesting? ABBV 8692. Very nice. We did talk about this thing. When it broke high a day, it came back, but it broke back through that support, used it as resistance. Now we're through that. This is kind of a turtle line here that we're approaching. Now let's go back up and make a new high a day. And you would expect it to if this is going to continue. Pull back on SPY, back down here to support, or what should act as support, barring any news. Let's try, let's see, 311.53. It's quiet, people. Why are you so quiet? What's everybody looking at? You watching PNW drop at the moment? Or are we watching Marvel drop? Or are we watching Expedia drop? Or are we watching Shop pullback? What are we watching? Or maybe you're watching HD drop. Because everything's dropping. Except for GS. Not really dropping. Amazon not really dropping. Looking at Piton puts to sell on this drop. Like that play. Where are we at? 32. I think it was the puts that I sold before, I think were the 28s. Or what I was playing on that side. Sell some 30s. Piton. This week, what are those going for? There's not much premium on them, but What are you looking at? 31s? Lots of droppage. SPY could be interesting for a bounce play here. You know, like I said, barring any news. Now it is lunchtime, East Coast, so anything can happen. Lunchtime, low volume. You know, sometimes we get these moves like it'll come down here to this 311, 28, maybe even a little lower before bouncing back up, and it'll, we get that sometimes around lunch. But that could be an interesting, you've seen this act as support all day. You've seen the resistance up here all day. Could be interesting. I'm not going to play it, but all right, there's a little bounce on Marvell. Everything in me right now is telling me to go long on PanW, but I know I'm not going to be here this afternoon. Just because of this area right here. But you could see, I mean, you saw this last when it broke out of that. It fell. That was a rapid fall and buy back up. This is just kind of a slow drift down, which is a little concerning. And PanW doesn't get a ton of volume as it is. If it gets down here to like 225.83, I will definitely look to go long. But we should see some support in here. Let's see, you're looking, oh, next week's 30s for 110. I like that whaler. I like that. You could sell the 30s, and potentially buy like the 28s or something, or 27s just as insurance. And do a credit spread. I don't think that would be a horrible idea. Hell, you could even do like the 31s and then buy, the 28s or something like that. Have to look and see what the delta is there. So let's see, let's look at next week's 31s are what, $1.40 by $1.50. You were looking at the 30s for 110, which are showing, yeah, $1 by 110. 30/50 is 120 by 130. The 29s, 70 by 80. The 28s are 55 cents. So if you did a spread, so you did a vertical spread in the, let's look at next week. Let's say you bought the 29s and sold the 31s. I show max profit $70, approximately max loss of $130 on that play. That is buying the 29 put and selling the 31 put. $70 gain per potential gain per contract, $130 max loss per contract. That would kind of be assuming it closes at $30, I would guess. Just chatting. Enough. Or are you talking about on that play, or are you talking about in general? PNW just continues to break down at the moment. Shop and GS continuing to climb. Naked 30 isn't taking assignment. Yeah, and Whaler, that's not a bad way to enter a position for sure. And I do that sometimes if I'm okay getting assigned. I will do that. I'll sell puts, naked puts. Look to collect that premium, and if it does get assigned, then I'm okay with it. Gotcha. Is there a minimum? No. I would say if you're playing options, for me personally, I would say about $1,000 to start. There are people that can do it with $500. That I think is really, really difficult. Ideally, you'd start with like $2,500 or something like that, in my mind. But I think $1,000 is realistic, because a lot of the contracts that you play are going to be $100, $25. There's a lot of tickers you can play in that range. Yeah, Whaler, I do the same thing. Especially if it's something like that like you said, like I'd be okay taking it at $30. Look at this pop on shop. Damn. Now I'm up 40% on shop. What the hell? Wow, that pop on shop. Damn. Dude, I'll take it. You could turn that into a Dr. Seuss book. Yeah, that was a nice pop. Why didn't I buy more, right? Like, that's always the question. Why didn't I buy more? Ooh, thank you. Yeah. VABP, I like that. Thank you. And yeah, I try not to do that to myself. Let's go, shop. You go. Those 365s are now up 70%. I am going to take my profit on the 365s. I might roll into something else, but that's a nice gain. Yeah. I mean, this move on shop is for real. So I'll do a little YOLO, perhaps. Something out of the money. See if we can get a pullback. But Shop's getting some juice here. This is like they're talking about it on CNBC, so you have to be careful, you know, that this is just a pump on that. Bobby, yeah, I played Shop. I just got out. I was in the 365s. I sold half of them way too early for like a 10% gain, but just got out the rest at about 60%. So I did really well on that. It's a nice way to start the day. But you can see it was just kind of creeping, and now you don't like these Roman candles is where it gets kind of scary, which is why I took profit on those 365s. I got a little YOLO position way out of the money in case this continues, and if not, it's not going to hurt me. And hell, I'm already up nice on them. I might just sell them. This might continue. Let's see. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's $1. Like, those are some big candles. There was some call sweeps yesterday on Shop, too. They got in the 390s yesterday. Was that yesterday? Or was that this morning? It was this morning. They got in the 390s at 265. There were some call sweeps. What are those now? 292. So they've gotten a nice gain on them, but not a ton yet. But there was about 140,000. So not a ton. But yeah. Some nice flow. All right, I'm going to get out half of that YOLO. It's up 20%, so I'm going to take that off the table. Nice 20% gain there in 3 minutes. Why wouldn't an Amazon be interested, you know, given that the ability to like actually spin up and customize your storefront, I think could be pretty cool for them. No, Rocky, but you didn't mention. No, I'm just kidding. Are you jealous? I'm just kidding. And shop still popping. Still popping. Smaller sweeps and not many. Jeez. OG Bobby, new to investing. I don't trade commons all that often, like just stocks. I'm typically trading options and scalping intraday. So, like, I've played shop now 3 times. And I'm just taking a little bit off the table, when I get the opportunity. It's like, all right. All right, we might get a pullback now. Let's see what it does. Yep. And I'm out. That was 15% on the rest of those. Just because it's a little risky up here, chasing this pop. We know shop can move, but I made my money on it, so I'm good. I'm good. What else we got? BMY green today. Now, do you buy the pullback or do you short this? I'm not shorting shop, but let's see where it might pull back to on this impulse move here. That doesn't really line up. What if we go to the tops of the candles? Not the wick. That lines up with the body of the candles there. Yeah, I mean, this is long-term support. Well, not. It is longer-term support, this area for PanW. So, it was resistance in here previously. When it finally got through it is when it made that nice run. So expect, that this area is going to be a difficult area. Regardless. I mean, this, let me bring this up. And you can see, this area of resistance. Kind of right in here, longer term, up to about 231.28 or so. Being a longer term area, it was support. In here, it was resistance. In here, it was resistance. So you could see this being a difficult area for it to get through. So if we take this and move it like here on the daily candles, the wicks, right in here. So far that's been support. Looking something like that. So you'd hope that holds. Otherwise, you get into this channel and you might see some more downside. But I I want to see this hold right here. And I think it should. I mean, again, doesn't matter what I think, but I think that drop I think was overdone. There's a little bounce on Marvell. What's AbbVie doing? Just over 87, which I like. I like to see AbbVie back above 87. You could see this. I think that, this pullback was really nice and probably a healthy move for AbbVie after all this running up. I'd be curious. I don't have RSI in my chart, but I'd be curious to see where we're at. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. You could kind of see on this run, broke through that 382 extension, came back, used it as support, bounced around a little bit, kind of that 786 is at 84.61. I don't want to see it come all the way back down there, but on the daily, got that bounce right off the 21 EMA. So you'd want to see that continue to hold. Looks good. Let's see. Paying more in taxes is a good news. It means that you made more money. The rate is low, or around 20% in Canada. How are the taxes on stocks? Trading on and off for about 6 months now with not much profit. Am I end up taking losses because of taxes? Man, I'll be honest with you. I don't really worry too much about the taxes for the reason that Eltor just kind of said. Like, if you're paying more taxes, it means you're making, hopefully making more money. I don't worry too much about the impact that it has. Obviously there are short-term, and I am not a tax professional, so you should consult one. But there are short-term capital gains tax. And, sometimes when I'm trading stuff, that's why I like trading in my IRA, because it's deferred. But, yeah, talk to a tax guy. If you're only small gain, it's probably not going to impact you. But I'm not the person to ask. Not my area of expertise. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Oh, you've been here for a little bit, OG Bobby. You just now decided to follow me? What? Did I have to prove something to you or what? But thanks for the follow. Let's see. No, I don't see anything else. I think we're caught up. PB, no, XP is not moving at the moment, but nice bounce. Give it some time. Let's try to be patient with this one. When it can move. The potential is there. the hell do I do with my phone? Another pullback there. Let's see. Peloton, please hold above the 32 or above 32. Roku getting a pop, it sounds like. Nice bounce on Marvel. Like that. And AbbVie going for high day again. AbbVie just keeps going high day. Let's go look at Roku for a second. Yeah, you see that? Like, Expedia can get those pops. Like that. It can make some nice moves. Okay, shop. Now pulled back right to that 236. Now you get it back above VWAP and you could see another run potentially. See what it does there. Got an order pulled up just in case, because it is below the 34. You got the 34 and that 236 right there. If that does not hold, don't be surprised to see this thing pull back to where this crazy buy came in. Go take a look at Roku. Ooh, Roku is getting a nice pop. So quick update for those of you that heard me say last Friday that Charlie was going to be hanging out with us this week. He had planned to. Unfortunately, his dad is in the hospital. So we wish him the best, and hopefully everything is okay. But he will be back on here with us as soon as he can. Short-term trend line here on shop. Munchin and digital services tax plans to pave the way for LED global deal. Services taxes. I don't know what that means. Thanks for the follow. Vin Diesel. Welcome. So this is what you would want to see hold on Shop. OG Bobby, I mean, I have stuff that I'm holding longer term for one reason or another that I don't watch. You know, I don't really care what they do in the you know, short term, week to week, month to month. I don't really care. I have some trades that, you know, I have charted longer term that I have price targets on or stops on as well. So it's a little bit of everything, but most of what I do here on Twitch is definitely, you know, looking at these charts intraday, stocks that have some momentum. That's what we want to see. And then trying to play that momentum off support and resistance. And Shop, at least at the moment, finding a little support here. Trying to recycle this trade. Different strike this time, but Kang, you had the perfect opportunity there. You could have thrown in a shut them down, open up shop. Whoa. Shop. Pop. There you go. There you go. You could say shop, pop, taking out stops. Whoa. Was that a joke on your ethnicity, Kang? Please don't quit your day job. Don't worry, I won't. I won't. 7% on Real. Sweet. I am now up 17% on round 4 on Shop right here. Shop has just been paying out. Now I'm out half, 15% gain. Not yet. I've got my finger on the trigger. This time I got the 377.50s. This week I paid 471. They're now showing 530 by 540 by 580. New York City offers free parking to delivery firms' cargo bikes. Okay, that's for news for Amazon. Deploying 90 bikes in a pilot program. Sweet. Okay. Who cares? Free parking for bikes? Okay then. All right, that was, so I am out half right here at the 618 extension. Now let's see what she does. That was 16, 17%. Look at Roku popping. Fucking Roku. What is the SPY doing? Go back to shop. Wow. Somebody just mentioned shop, the trade. She took a trade in shop today that made her year. That is awesome. Love that. The hell? This AABB, which is garbage. It's like I leave it in my account just because it's one of those trades that I took a long time ago, and I'm like, why did I do this? So I just leave it in there. For some reason, it's up 64% today. It's a penny stock. It's not even a penny. It's one of those, let's see, it's at 0078 right now. And it's a piece of shit. Just kind of funny. So VZ Verizon got some 61s that are up a little bit. I don't remember when we took those. Disca. Looks like those are green today. Up nicely on some Procter & Gamble. PG. Where am I red? Equinix, which I sold some of. Expedia, which I had sold some of for a profit. Let's see. Those Avias are red. Might be getting out of those. And my marbles. Abraham, if you're listening, I responded to your DM. and I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see. The Dow is up 197 points because the trade script flipped today. Big shock, right? It likes to flip daily, sometimes 5 times a day. Nathan, let's see. Okay, first, how do I feel about AMD? Long term, I like AMD. Although I did mention, like, they had their news of their video card competing with NVIDIA. I don't like their video cards at all. They've been shit products as far as I'm concerned. I don't even really like their processors, to be honest. I've had far more success with Intel. That said, I think that there's a lot of buzz in AMD more than there ever has been. I think long term, I think, you know, they'll probably do okay. Short term, I don't really play AMD all that often just because it doesn't move enough. Do I use any pivots? Sometimes. You know, I tend to, usually I have them on my chart and they're hidden and I just display them when I want. But honestly, when I use the fib pivots in TradingView, they typically work out to be about the same spot that I draw them, which I like them for that. But I like drawing the fibs, you know, kind of the way that I see it and with a little more control. But they definitely, they're not bad at all. Expedia moving up. So right now I'm in shop still with half the position off this last bounce. I bought it down here on this trend line, but I might be exiting soon. See what happens here. I'm going to give it a minute. See if it can hold this 382 extension at 372.07. Expedia did get a nice little pop there. Good. 370, yeah. 377.50 on shop. But I got in at 471. Another 540 by 580. Time is it? 11 o'clock. I got a little time left, I think, before I need to go. Oh, it's going to take me an hour to freaking get there. Oh, shoot. I just realized I don't even think my truck's here. Oh, but I can go pick it up. I think my wife took it this morning because the battery in her car was dead. She swears she doesn't leave anything on, but I'm not convinced. Heavy high day. Okay, we need Expedia now to move up off this 382. Like, let's get it. Really need to see this thing move. PNW curling up here. Looks pretty good. Let's see if it can get through that if it gets out of this channel that I have here, this trend, then we go back up to the previous trend line, which looks like this. Then we're back up there. Go XB Alidocious. Yeah, we need it to go above VWAP, just barely above the 200. Let's see if we can get some continuation on that one. Marvel's sad face, but look at the setup. Actually not half bad here. See what it does. PNW though looks like it may be ready to move back up to over 228 potentially. Another pop on shop. Shut him down, open up shop. Taking out stops. Whoa. That's the best I can do, sorry. God, shot bounced right off that trend line. Now moving back up. Look to see some more. What is this headline on Expedia? It says, resign after clash over strategy with board. So just some further information. What did the board members see in the business in terms of levers and opportunities for 2020 that management did not see? Expedia is also pumping money into its own vacation rental business, VRBO. Has a history of announced earlier that it tends to sell its ownership stake in Tinder owner Match Group. Oh, interesting. Match take a hit on that at all? Probably not. Rough traders, yeah. That's right. I don't know. PNW looks like it wants to make a move. I said this, like everything is telling me go long PNW, but okay, fine. Let's go look at them. 220. So let's see. Where are we at? 228. So the 230s now, which we've played a few times, those are 70 cents. And the 227.50s, which we played, are $1.53 by $1.65. I like those 227.50s. If this thing can get to 228, those are going to double. They will double. But you can see, I mean, if it doesn't get through this, then you might see it come back down and test the bottom of that channel. But I don't know. I like it. I think you can play it here. We're at 226.76. You only have to give it about 50 cents. You'd want to see this hold. You know, now it's above that open dip this morning. Just slightly. You know, you'd want to see that hold. It's above the 34 EMA. You'd want to see, you know, it potentially find some support there. But I think it's okay to play it, you know, maybe down to this 226.15-ish. You might see it test that again. But I think it's playable. It just keep in mind, this thing doesn't have a ton of volume. Which can be good or bad, but let's see if it gets through, if it breaks out at 227.12, 14, like up in here. If it could get up in here and break out of this channel, then I think it's safer at that point. Then I think you're in good shape. Ooh, nice pop. Expedia, nice pop. You gonna hold it this time, or are we just gonna give it all back? AbbVie, high day. Very pretty. Very pretty. I would expect, let's see where those 87s are. Nope, I'm still red. They're 72 by 75 cents for the 87s. I still like them. There's only about 50 cents a premium on them. Now you're coming into an area of contention, though. Right in. Let's highlight this price channel. Something like that you're coming up into that it's got to get through. Gets through that, and you could see 88 today. Potentially back to 89 this week. With that resistance right around 90 again, which has been difficult for it to break. Okay, shop back at that 382 extension. I want to get a screenshot of this without all these EMAs. Let's get rid of VWAP. I'm just going to leave that 34 HMA on there for now. Actually, I'm going to change this to... Let's change this to the 21, see what that looks like. Okay. See what it's going to do here. Okay, now it's broken under that trend line. Let's see if it's going to continue down. Or if that's going to hold. Watch shop here. And I just posted a chart. I've played it like 4 times already. It's been an ATM, but now it has broken the trend here on the 1 minute from today. It's broken below that. And I am all out of shop for now. Actually, that's not true because I still have commons that I'm actually going to get out of because they are up. I got in at 331 and now we're at 370. So I'm going to take profit on that. Pretty happy with that. I'm going to put a stop here on shop at 368. Yeah, it's going in at 368. In case this continues, I'll take my money and run. Thank you, thank you. 331 to 370. I have a stop in at 368. Thank you. Proof's in the pudding. There you go. 331 was my average on shop. Teresa, we all know about your lunch. It's been talked about. Your lunchtime bangs. I'm talking about the drink. Jeez. Come on, PanW. Quit screwing around. Nice move on Expedia right there. Nice move. Still red on those stupid 110s though. There's a pullback. Ugly. All right, look at Shop. Now Shop coming right back up to this trend line. $11.17. Uptick on UVXY. Drop on SPY. Let's see what it's going to do. Watch your long positions just in case. Let's see. Went almost to where I bought them and I'm down. What are you talking about, Bobby? So you're talking about what? The stock went almost back to where you bought them and you were down 17%. If so, then that's decay. Oh, Expedia 12/21/10 calls. That's decay. Yeah. That is theta. Wednesday, towards the middle of the day, second half of the day, decay starts kicking in. That is why we call it Theta Killing Wednesday. Because you get through half the week, and the premium, if the stock's not moving, the premium starts taking a hit on weeklies. Yeah, I mean, every week, you got to think, like every week, even if you're a couple of weeks out, every week on Wednesday, the further it is from the strike price, you're going to see a little bit of decay every Wednesday afternoon. Yep, it is Theta Killing Wednesdays. Shop is looking to get back over that trend line. Let's see what it does. Bobby, I mean, anything within like 30 days, you're going to see a little bit of them, if the stock is not moving in the right direction, the farther it is from that strike price, it reduces the chance that, and you got to think like, you got to think in your head like, okay, what are the chances this gets to 110 by December 20th? Personally, I think, chances the chance is still there, but that's, how the contracts are like priced. And so as time goes on, if it's not making that move, you're going to see that decay. And especially Wednesday afternoons is when it starts hitting, this week, next week, couple weeks out, you start seeing that. Now, if you're out 6 months, you're not going to see anything change on a Wednesday afternoon on a contract that has 6 months on it. Yeah, sometimes, Bobby, or more time, right? If you buy something that's got 8 weeks on it or 12 weeks, then you're not going to see that decay hit for a little while. That's why Tech buys those. He likes to play several months out because you don't get the time decay. And he likes to buy several months out and closer to the money. That's just his style. He plays more expensive contracts. He doesn't typically get, those 100%, 200% moves, but he's pretty solid on like 20% gain swings. And he does get, he hits home runs sometimes. But that's his style. He and I play a little differently, but he's really good with that kind of stuff. And I think we're both getting a little bit better finding some sort of in the middle. When we played Home Depot together, he played like March calls, and I played like, I think I bought like a week's worth of time or something. And at one point his were up about 30% and mine were up 160%. But as soon as Home Depot took another little drop, like I sold for a profit, but as soon as Home Depot took another little drop, his contracts were still up like 27% and mine were only up, 40, 50% or something like that. So they were moving much faster. The other thing that was interesting is that 30% on his contracts were $3 a contract. 150% on my contracts were $3 a contract. So I love seeing stuff like that because it just helps you make better decisions on strike price and expiration when you have that direct comparison. Like we bought them at the same time. Here's what I bought and paid. Here's what you did. Here's what you bought and paid. And comparing the gains and losses and that sort of thing relative to how the stock moved. It's very interesting. All right, so SPY bounced. Still just stuck in this range. Dropped a little below it, but back over. Found that same level of support. Let's see if we get a little pop on SPY. We're like end of lunch here. I wouldn't be surprised. And look at GS. Just climbing. Steady climbing. Whoever brought that up, I forget, Ginny or whoever it was. Thank you. I'm up 30% on those. Slow mover, but nice gain. See if Expedia can get a pop with this SPY pop. Let's go look at Amazon real quick because I think we might get a little pop on SPY. Amazon's been drifting down now, 1766. Fell from 1789 high day. Nice, happy trader guy, nice. I'm only up 30%, but I'll take it. So Amazon has dropped $20, $23 since this pop in the morning. Very interesting. Certainly could fall further. Let's see, we were up at 1790. What's a 1790 YOLO go for? $3. Still a little too much for me. The 1780s are $5. So if you see some sort of sign here that it's turning back around, could get interesting. Second part of the day, the second half of the day here. But this has been since that pop, that initial pop in the morning, just down, down, down. So right now it looks like more downside, but we'll see. You got to take it when it's there. That's for sure. P. Mellon. We're kind of stalling on a few things here. Facebook up to 198. What's dropping? Oh yeah, that's Amazon. Microsoft under 150, 149.49. I would also consider some longer dated Microsoft 150s, but I've got commons on Microsoft. I don't typically play the options. Okay. Well, good. At least you took some profit. And that's what I like to do. I like to take some profit, take some off the table, get the position size to something that, cool, I made some money on it. I have some that I can let ride. That's ideal. Look out, shop. Look out. Under 368. It could get ugly for shop. That's $2 from here. Conceivable. Or maybe it just consolidates a little and it's flagging. No, I wouldn't say it is. If you look at a 4 hour, look at something longer term, like a 30-minute. It gave back all of that pop on the CNBC pump, on that Kramer pump. It did give that back. So let's drop these fibs and look at support here on the 30-minute. What do we see? Yeah. 368. I think 368 is the magic number there that it has to hold if it makes it that far. Yeah, Expedia's in play. I mean, I closed out of the majority of that position. I'm still holding a little bit. The size of position that I started with, I didn't like it when it started dropping the way that it did. There was just too much risk. So the position that I have now is I'm okay giving this some time to work its way out. Same thing with PanW. The position that I have in PanW, I'm okay giving this one a little time. I think right now, shop is kind of hands off for me at the moment, just because I've done well on it today. I don't want to give that back, and I'm not real convinced, on what it's going to do next. Let's go look at Splunk real quick. I need to take a look at that one. SPLK. What's it doing? A little pop this morning and then back under 148. So let's see if Splunk can hold right in here. Amazon's still dropping. Thanks for the follow, Nyan Food. Welcome. Welcome to the party. 1 second, I got somebody at my door. I'll be right back. Someone showed up in person, yeah. That was, we have this like farm to table delivery service. And they have the best apples. I don't know why. I'm losing money left and right. It's my first time using, Robinhood. Man, I'm not a big fan of Robinhood, but what Disney calls did you buy? Let's start there. Contract, the strike price and expiration, what did you buy? And then we can talk about it. And thanks for the cheer. But let's figure out your position. Let's see what we can do. So you bought December 13th, 150 calls, okay? So let me go look at Disney. And I actually kind of like that. I think Disney is going to be okay. What did you pay for those? December 13th, 150s. What did you pay for those calls? When did you buy them? I just want to get a sense of where you are in the position. Oh, you bought them today? When did you buy them and what did you pay? Or just what did you pay for them? I mean, I'm showing them right now, 119 by 124. Four calls at $1.49. Okay. So you're only down about, what, 20 cents a contract, 30 cents a contract? Not too bad. Where do you have a level where you would cut them and say to yourself, okay, it didn't work, I'm out? Like, have you established what that looks like, where that's at? Okay. So these are the fibs that I've already drawn. I obviously was looking at this previously, but these are the fibs that I drew. The 786 extension is 147.63. Cool. Selling it at 170. No. I'm talking about on the downside. Like, where would you cut? And where would you say, shit, it didn't work, I'm going to take my loss? Have you established that? Because that's very important. That is more important, in my opinion, than where would I take profit. Which I think you should have a plan for that, but you're going all in? That's on you then. That's on you. Then I don't know what you're asking, and I don't know what I can help you with. Because if you're not asking me, where should I be worried? If that's not what you're asking me, then I'm not sure how I can help you. Thanks for the follow, Dino Derek. I mean, I think you're probably going to be okay, but I don't know. So, I'd be looking at, where would I cut my losses? But that's up to you. What? Keep an eye on J&J. J&J just had a pretty crappy headline. Ooh, J&J looks like an interesting short. Yeah, that's not good news. That's not good news. 37. Now, sometimes these headlines take a while to digest. Sometimes they don't even move. But this looks like it's going to move. And I am in. I'm chasing, but I'm in. That was not good news at all. Now you got to keep an eye on these because the next headline will read something like, oh, that's bullshit. Dino Derek. Just started researching about stocks and bonds. What softwares would you recommend? TradingView free account and paper trade. Happy Trader Guy, yes, I'm short J&J. I got in the 139 puts. Yeah, Dino Derek, sign up for TradingView, free account here. And do me a favor, use this link, because then you're like linked to me, and if you ever pay for it, I get a little kickback. But sign up for TradingView, free account. The data's delayed. That's okay when you're just learning. Learn how to chart, and you can start with paper trading stocks, common shares of stocks. Learn to identify support and resistance. Right now, J&J is moving on bad news, but this is the daily support. Not the daily, but the intraday support on the 1 minute chart. If it breaks that, I could see some more downside. 138.11 would kind of be next intraday. That was pre-market resistance. That was not a good headline, though. The headline was something about asbestos being found in Johnson & Johnson's baby powder, even after the company denied it. So, that could cause some panic. But I've also seen this sort of thing play out where it's like, the long-term investors in J&J look at it and go, it's not proven or something. I don't, and it just recovers. But we'll see. And Shopify, SwagOD. Give me a second. I'll go back to the shop chart. Derek, I do. And by that, I mean I bought them at a quarter. I like that. Next week's. So I bought next week's 139s. And those were only $1. I paid $1.44. So you're $9 below. Now I paid more, but sounds like everybody's in J&J. I got next week 139s. Drop it like it's hot. Let's see. I like E-Trade. And that's where I would suggest. The fills on Robinhood are not great. And there's some other things like the way that they handle margin. And their margin requirements, especially on options. Mostly what I trade is options. And you really want to learn the charts and stuff first and then start looking at options. But right now you don't have to do anything. All you need to do is... Oh, you're not the same guy. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, Swag, I was going to pull up the shop chart for you. Like, this is the daily support that I had, or the intraday support that I had that's now kind of becoming resistance, but we'll see. I like shop long. But they did get a pump this morning, or not too long ago. They were being talked about on CNBC. So, I've got some 368.17 this acting as support. But yeah, I like the chart. All right, AbbVie pulling back just a bit. Let's see if it can hold that 87. If not, then it may keep pulling back there. Splunk looks like shit. JS still looks pretty good. Or GS, not JS. I didn't see that. Okay. Thanks, Simmons. Nyan, yes, I do. So I'm going to pipe in the audio from Black Box for a little bit while we play J&J, because there's a few of us that are in it. So let's kind of let you guys listen in. So if you are in Black Box, mute me there so you don't hear me twice. Oh, you should already be doing that, but If you want, for the next few minutes, you can mute Black Box entirely if you're listening, because I'm going to have it play in here, and I'll tell you when I turn it off, just so you don't have to hear it twice. Mario, you got your Sharpies ready? Throw a couple Chinese throwing stars in there too. Maybe some thumbtacks.
Oh yeah. Woohoo.
Now drop.
That was a nice Sharpie throw. Let's see if it has any effect. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to start talking dirty to it. All right, I'm out half. No, I'm gonna get out a third of these. They're green by about 15%, so I'm gonna take some profit off the table in case the drop does not continue. I'm not giving that up. Oh, some more. All right, J&J, listen. You had like one job. Your jobs are to like keep babies comfortable and happy. That's all you have to do. Why you gotta go put asbestos in your shit? You're making babies cry and stepping on puppies. It's time to fall. That is all.
I'm
Okay,
out.
that was cute. That was very, very cute.
If we weren't
That's
getting
what
the
I do,
downward movement
Eltor.
that I wanted to see, let's see what she does up here. But I'm
When I
out.
get mad, I talk shit to
I'm
it.
surprised that's not getting picked up. Like it's usually like
There we go.
CNBC or somebody would be all over that.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna roll out. I wish one of my sound effects was a baby crying, but I don't have that one. See if we get the rejection here at VWAP. We might get some downside acceleration. Let's go. All right, I sold some 139s and picked up some 138s. But let's see what it does. I see a lot of new names here watching on Twitch. Some people that I haven't seen before. For those of you that are not aware, that are new here, what you're hearing, the other people talking, that is Black Box Discord, which is not free, but it's part of the Black Box membership. Black Box is the platform that I use for options alerts. And you can go back to earlier in this video or to my YouTube channel and you'll see other videos on Black Box. So this is getting pushed up right here. See the bottom of that wick? The body of the candle at the top? I don't like that. That's not what you want to see when you're trying to short something. You want it to be the opposite. So it's pushing that price down. The volume is pushing that price down. Let's go look at this with some indicators. Let's see. Shop dropping a little bit. Pan W now heading towards the bottom of that channel. Where's that damn... Oh, it was right there. Right there. Okay. Let's look at J&J. So currently finding support here where it previously, here at the open, where it found support. So not surprising. We want it to now reject the 34 EMA and go back and test that and hopefully break through it. Happy Trader Guy. They talked about it on, I didn't actually see the article, but it was mods that called it out in Black Box. So usually when they call it out, not usually, when they call it out, it's accurate. Here you go. Benzinga Charlie FDA stands by study showing asbestos in J&J's baby powder after company says its studies show otherwise. So it's back and forth, right? It's like, who do you believe? Well, right now, it looks like the investors believe J&J over the FDA at the moment. Or the, let's see. Or the news just hasn't circulated yet. J&J insiders that knew about the asbestos should all suffer long bouts of the fieriest, most antidote-resistant scorching case of gonorrhea that has ever been known to man. That's kind of funny. Debbie Z, this is the third time I've logged in and ended up... And I saw this happen on one of the other bios last week. Bad news, it dropped, recovered everything, and then some. It bounced and then just kept on going up. I was like, what in the hell? Yeah, for sure. For sure, Bobby. But, it's not just about the impact on their products. It's, in my opinion, it's a trust issue, right? And J&J is one of those companies that has developed trust over the long haul. And when you see stuff like this, it makes you wonder how it's going to impact them overall if they are fudging. So, not saying they are. I mean, it's a headline, right? So, there's no telling how accurate it is. So keep that in mind. I mean, again, it could come out tomorrow and say, oh, sorry, we were wrong. Just kidding. So you just kind of play the chart. I think for me, and the price is just moving right back up, recovering at the moment. Yeah, I get that it's a small portion of their revenue and not a big impact on the bottom line, but I also think it's a very important product that everybody uses, right? Everybody at some point in their life has used Johnson & Johnson baby powder. I mean, think about that in those kinds of terms. If this is true, they have exposed all these babies to asbestos. Maybe it's just trace amounts that have no impact, right? That I don't know. But it's just, you could think about the potential impact that could have. But apparently the market doesn't care. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we're not done yet. To me, it looks like, all right, we took that initial dip. It got bought right back up. So for now, it seems like the market doesn't care. But again, sometimes it takes, a little while for that news to fully circulate, settle in, and have an impact. This could be an algo drop, and they took out some stops. The news isn't fully circulated. There's people that have buy orders down here at 138, 138.70, and it gets bought back up. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, they bought that back up pretty quick.
Say something, I'm giving up on
It's
Got
a
quiet.
little
That was
It was
awesome.
eerie.
It's a little quiet.
Yeah, P Mellon still in BMY. Expedia got that little pop, pulled back. Now it's at VWAP.
TECK?
Follow which
AbbVie
one?
bounced right off the 200 on the 1 minute for now.
TECK?
I did not follow that one. I know that was didn't they pump that one on the Nigerians today?
Yes, they did.
Cute.
Look at Marvel. Took that drop. Recovered. Inverse head and shoulders here. Now you want to see support.
Anybody familiar with the ticker?
Right around
I'm
24.10.
I'm not know about the other.
Or so.
Amazon LOD.
Amazon, it sounds like, is still dropping. Shop. Nice bounce. Moving back up. But you still have this trend support that is now acting as resistance. Still a concern.
Tech is a Canadian metals and mining company, so it's a material play.
Splunk looking weak.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. J&J. Look at that. Another. Oh, this is 15 minute. Take that back. I thought I was looking at that other chart. This one. I got all excited there for a second. Unnecessarily. And Marvel's back above the 34.
Stock AJ, yeah. It's not. These are completely like lottos. I didn't buy a big position because I don't know anything about playing J&J as far as how the stock moves. But I'm just curious. I'm gonna hold on to them for a little bit here to see if that gets circulated around. If not, I'll cut them. But they're not as bad if going out to next week. I think I'm out like 15 cents a contract right now.
See what Marvel's going to do here at VWAP. Johnson & Johnson, right at the 200. Let's see what it's going to do. Who was asking about shop? Let's see. Who was I talking to about shop? Wasn't Simmons?
All right, with that candle,
Oh,
Amazon
Swag.
said, I'm tired of playing.
Do you see this? These are the fibs on shop. The way that I see them, 366.10 being the 618, 370.55 being the 786 extension, but it bounced right off that. It did break that trend line
gorgeous day,
here,
darling.
but that's on a 1 minute, so
Very nice.
that's take it with a grain of salt. You could probably draw some sort of. So this is a. Let's look at a 1 hour time frame. God, this thing has just been beast mode. So if you say, okay, well, 2 points on a 1 hour here to here, still well above that. But I also like where, how it held this, at least for now, this 786 extension. So it's not, the fact that it kind of ran here. You see it pulled back right here at the 618. And then when it popped and it pulled back, it bounced 786 extension. Broke through it just a little bit. Popped right back above the 786 extension. That's a good look. You could, let's see if any of these line up. Yeah, sort of. Not as clear of a trend as what we had in my eyes, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. So a break of 370.55, you already had that once and it found support. I'd say now you're under 369 and you got something to worry about potentially. Down to about 367. But as long as this 370.55 or even down to 369 holds, it might chop around in here around that 786 extension. See, same damn thing that happened the other day. Drops on news, pops higher. Incredible.
So J&J has now jumped above the drop.
I was just talking about that. Like we saw that like a week ago on another bio, and it was like took a big drop on bad news and immediately like bounced, recovered, and went higher. It's like, damn.
Yep.
All right, there's a little pop on Marvel. See if that can continue. Trying to get through VWAP right now. Now, it might also be, getting some help from the market in general.
Is that Teresa?
Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
You were playing Nibbles, weren't you?
No, I'm multitasking.
Oh. So where do we think Peloton might stop this drop? Well, the 618 extension, 31.41. We're below that. That was 31. Now we're 31.28. I would guess right in here. Kind of like...
I'm not. We have a
Somewhere in
lot
here.
of snow in the mountains. In fact, you can't see the mountain tops right now because they're covered
Potentially.
by clouds. But
No.
the snow on the ground melted.
I mean, this thing is heavily shorted.
It's still pretty warm.
It's a low float stock. You know, this sort of thing can happen on these. Absolutely.
Okay, we're up 54 on the NASDAQ.
But it's right near that
Been
618
here
extension.
a couple of times today.
See if that can hold
55.
somewhere around there. If I draw it from, let's see here, that was not where I wanted that. If you look at it that way, you got the 382 down at 3013. It does seem to be reacting off that 382 on the daily chart here. So potentially support there. And I'm doing this because I got somebody in DM asking me about it. Zoe, what's up? Zoe 4X, welcome back. All right, let's look at, I'd really like to get some Peloton back closer to 30, but I'd be surprised if it gets down that far. Maybe. Watching yen pairs, what do you see? What's going on in the market from your perspective? Out of curiosity. Stocks rally more for now, risk on. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, Jeannie B. Shop looks like it's trying, but needs to break through.
Potential top in most of them. Yeah. There's a lot of things obviously that
That
are really high.
374.03.
But it's good to know that, you know, from your perspective, it's they're still willing to take some risk and put some out on the table. I mean, I'm kind of seeing the same thing, so, you know, at least today. Yesterday was a different story. Was yesterday slow as shit for you too? Or just kind of, yesterday was just, I did not like the action yesterday. I didn't get to make very many trades that I actually liked yesterday. So Shop pulled back, the chart I just posted, when Shop pulled back, it bounced right off that 786 fib extension, right around 370.50, 5-ish. Yeah, Forex, it's okay. It was just one of those days. I mean, it happens. I am in HD, Bobby. I followed that alert. And those have some time on them, so I'm going to give it a little time. So J&J pulled back a little, and now let's see what it does from here.
Oh, OMG winner is saying Tesla's dropping.
That doesn't really line up. I guess it kind of does with the bottom of the first green candle on the bounce. Nah, it's not great. Yeah. Well, and that's the same reason that Tech and I were playing HD before. Just we looked at the chart and said, yeah, it looks good here. Like long term area support off those earnings. That was a big drop on earnings for them. Let's pull this up. So this most recent move on the daily. Actually, I'm just trying to understand with J&J's news, like maybe what could be happening here, where it's just trying to get an understanding. I like to look for technical explanation when I can of maybe why it found support where it did. I mean, I get that this was support today, intraday, but like 130, say 138.67. Why there? Why is that support today? $138.69 says Fibonacci R1 on the daily at 138.69. I'm gonna add those auto pivots here and see how it draws those.
Amazon's
fibs.
in inverse mode. Amazon was drifting down when everything else was drifting up.
So had pivot points
And still
standard.
is, sort of, kind of.
Wherever that is.
Hey, Maria.
What's up?
Are you still in your HDs?
Yeah.
Just checking.
I mean,
I'm
I
teasing
get
you.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
I know.
Why am I not seeing the settings on those? Or the option to get rid of it. Here we go. Style to, okay, that's what I wanted.
Trelos, that's why I was teasing her.
Quicks. What is Quicks? P Melon, I don't know what Quicks is.
There's a nice little drop in UVXY. Look at that.
The Dow is up 200. On the NASDAQ, we're at 56.27. But we still
So
have
it
this
did
pivot
drop.
above.
This is the 5 minute, right near the 89 EMA on the 5 minute.
And keep going.
Everything's kind of bunched up right here though. The 21 and the 34 kind of bunched up right there. Not really any volume. There was on this initial drop, but still looking kind of weak here after being bought back up. That support. Interesting. I don't know. We'll see. Quicks. What is Quicks? QU. What is that? I don't have that. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, Equinix. Okay. EQIX. Yeah. 562. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. So what did we get in those at? Let's see. I bet those are looking nice now. Yep, they're up about 35%. I don't know if anybody played it with me, but yeah, they're up nice. When you got a minute, I'd love to see your opinion on Dollar Tree. Been swinging since Monday for Jan calls. RSI very oversold. Director bought some shares yesterday. That's good. Seems to reject off 90 every time for the last 30 days. So 5 in DG. I don't care about ERs. But you're saying how those will impact Dollar General, how those will impact Dollar Tree. I don't know that I could tell you how they'll impact Dollar Tree. I would expect if they beat, then Dollar Tree gets a little push. But what do we see on Dollar Tree? First green candle on the daily since the drop off ER. When I see these ER drops, like it helps for me to understand, you know, like PNW, their drop on ER to me is bullshit. For the reasoning, you know, why is their guidance lowered and why has their earnings, why has it dropped a little bit? And it was, I think, more about guidance for them. So for Dollar Tree, I don't really know, but it obviously a lot of upside potential. But you can see, let's look at this on a weekly. You're saying that it keeps hitting its head at $90 and rejects it. So if I just draw a horizontal line, I mean, first off, obviously 90 is the whole number. Oops, did not want to do that. So not too surprising that it would hit some resistance there. $90.10 was high day. But I mean, this has been an area in here that has acted as resistance or support historically. So, you know, you'd expect this. You'd expect that to have a tough time getting through 90 just because it's, you know, this ain't the first time that it's been down here near $90. I would also, you know, you would think that if it's going to recover, it will hold that. Otherwise, you know, you could see 81.50 being the next potential area of support. You do see that it broke. So this is from June of 2017. You know, I can kind of see this trend right here. That's been the trend. And it broke down below that. So, you know, now you've got that trend line resistance up here at like 93. That has been the trend for you know, since, what did I say, July of 2017. So a multi-year trend that has held, and it has now broke that. So, you know, that for me would be a little concerning, or a lot concerning. But if you really like it and think it's going to recover, you know, expect that $90 to be a tough area. But you see where the trend line is, you know, up here at 93.50. That's what I see. Equinix pulling back. Going slower. Cause of China tariffs impact. Gotcha. Elliott broke out of a downtrend. There's a weekly channel I have it on as well from 2014. Okay, so you know what you're dealing with. And it's good that you're looking at it that way. I'm going to close out a little more of this Equinix position just because it's up over 30%. But it's looking good. I mean, there's you know, it gets these pullbacks. Nothing surprising about that. But I also, you know, want to make sure I lock in gains when I've got them. So that filled at 292. I'm going to go post that in my room, update everyone. Pan W CEO bought 25,000 shares at 221.54 on
OMG winner.
Monday.
ALLK.
Good to know.
Whoa.
So the CEO thinks that it's underpriced and a discount. Oh, what in the hell is going on with ALK?
What is this company? Oh, thank you, Trelos. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Halted talks of weighing a sale. Right on, P. Mellon. Well, then you did good on it. Did you get in when I got in? Like around 211 or so, 220, somewhere in
Nice
there?
pop on the spine to
If
Qs.
so, then you did well.
We can get there
And
this
that's awesome.
time. That pivot's coming up.
94 to 105. That's a big jump. Sweet. Well, hey, you got to start somewhere, and you just made what, 70, 80 bucks. Nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. I'm happy about that. Lab U, what the? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't play this. Let's see. 3 major sites, airlines down, huh?
Hey, Mel.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if you saw Ollie's question.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth with a few of them. I'm answering him.
Thank you, sweetie. I was going to leave it to the expert.
Oh, no problem.
Nice pop there on shop. And unfortunately, this time I did not get back in shop. I missed it. Too busy looking at other stuff, I suppose. $87.06 on AbbVie. J&J up. Yeah. Yeah, it may just decide it doesn't give a shit about the fact that they're exposing babies to asbestos. Crazy, huh? Yeah, that's quite the pop. I don't know. Definitely a head scratcher. They're like, oh, well, okay. So J&J, let me look at this article. When did this come out? 2 hours ago. Johnson & Johnson says government is wrong about asbestos in its baby powder. So was this, let's see, the recall was made out of abundance of caution before an investigation could be conducted. Once initiated, it is not feasible to halt the recall. Yeah, so they're going back and forth. The FDA and Johnson & Johnson are going back and forth on this thing, on this issue at the moment. J&J, FDA on J&J tests on baby talc. There are no industry-wide standard to detect asbestos fibers, so different lab tests
Malcolm,
can
just
yield
give me just a
varying
minute. I'm in the
results.
trade, so I can go over that a little while. Just because I'm in the trade right now. So as soon as I get out, I'll let you.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it looks like they don't care. So it's insignificant. I mean, I remember this news popping up not too long ago. And I remember J&J coming back and saying, "No, that's bullshit. There's no asbestos." And now, they're talking about it again. So, maybe everyone's looking at this as, yeah, this is the same shit. Same recycled garbage. And nothing's happening. Got me. So those Piton 35s for this week, YOLO play are a quarter. I don't hate it. Slim chance
Okay, whoever mentioned LABU is not kidding.
that they work
LABU
out,
is taking
but
off.
they're cheap. And this thing can move. We know it can move to 35 in a hurry if it wants to, if the market, cooperates, or it could keep dropping. So I wouldn't, this is a YOLO for me. Qualcomm? Sure. I can look at Qualcomm. God, why didn't I get back in the shop? Whoa.
1-800 Wall Street. Look at
Nice
LABU.
move.
XBI is pumping too.
So Qualcomm on the daily bounced right off that 89 EMA. Dividend payout today looks like showing December 4th 62-cent dividend. Coming up on the 200 on the 15-minute. That looks good. Hide this HMA. Not the MA. There we go. $21 EMA on the weekly, which has held as support so far since June this year. I mean, it's dropped a little bit, and then it bounces here off the 34. Looks like it's bouncing, it's getting pushed up here off the 21 EMA on the weekly chart. Looks good. I like it. And you can see the only thing is that you've got resistance potentially right here. Are we above that? Yeah, we are. I like it. Looks good. Nice on the 15-minute here. Looks real good. You could go to some shorter term time frames, to get some areas of resistance on the way up. Next
Okay,
main
that
area being
ALLK
84.63.
just came off halt
think.
and is up
Good find.
$31.
I think that alerted too, didn't it? Was it yesterday we got the alert? We should have followed the shit out of that. Or did it alert today? No alert today. I think it alerted. I want to say it was yesterday it alerted. But yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
I would look at this as potential swing,
130
longer term
calls
swing.
are now 250 by
Something with some
740.
time on them. You know, potentially for a run back up to like $90, at least 88. Oh, you're not on BBS yet? Got to get you on BBS. Yeah, I'm looking at the 88s. Like you can get the 88s. Let's look at January 10th. Those are $1, not bad. I'd like something
Trey,
a
let's
little
look
more
at the
time.
options.
Like maybe the 90s out to February aren't too bad at $2. Although 94 is 52-week high. I really like to play something that's really pays off around 85, 86 on this. So January 10th, depending on how much you want to put out there, the January 10th 85s are $3, 315 by 330. Not too bad. Like a little more time. You know, they're a little more expensive, but the January 17th 80s are 460 by 470. Kind of like those. Otherwise, the February, maybe like the February, honestly, the February 80s for $6 aren't horrible. Because then this thing gets to 85, 86 in the next couple of weeks, and those should pop up nicely. Otherwise, let's see, January 17th. All right, those are the ones I think I like. The January 17th, 2020 $80 calls have a ton of volume on them. And a lot of open interest. The 85s have a lot of open interest. Not as much volume, but a lot of open interest, 15K. But yeah, those 80s have seen a lot of action. Yeah, maybe go with the 85s for $2. Although I like the 80s better. I think those are reasonable. And maybe do, if you want to limit your risk, you could look to do, again, like do a vertical. Something like, let's see if you buy, let's say you bought 180. So we're looking at January 10th. Let's see, about the $80 call and sold. Let's say we sold, I don't know, 87. Your max profit 376, max loss is 324. Kind of like that. Kind of like that.
Yeah, Trelos, you're not kidding. Marco Tai, talk to us. What happened, darling? Okay. Do you want to go through any of the trades? Do you understand what happened on all of them?
And we're asking because we want, we want to help. If there's something on the system that we can help with, or just anytime you have questions on a chart, throw it up there, get our attention. We've got some really
Absolutely.
experienced traders here, and we're here to help.
Bender, are you playing this ALLK?
I am not.
The contracts don't go any higher for this week than 130.
Oh, geez. And what
Yeah.
are those, like about $15?
750 by 10 right now.
750 by 10. Yeah. You could, no, the spreads on all of them are shit. I was looking at like
Yes.
next week. I don't
Did you
see,
check out LABU or XBI?
I don't play those. I don't play LABU. I didn't look at XBI.
Damn, this thing is up $38.
That is insane. On what, like a buyout rumor or something, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Can't do it.
So, Marco, it's actually Marco Tai. Am I saying that right? Marco Tai? That happens to me
Marvel
all the time.
24-23.
They are constantly tracking my trades.
Watch for a shot pullback back to that trend line. It may go break high a day first. We'll see.
Okay,
Okay,
curves
GS pulling back a little.
off of the lit market, and the lit market is what
I'm gonna
you
get
and
out of
I can see,
GS.
as we're looking. We're seeing the auction process.
Nice move
occur
today.
between supply and demand, and we can see the imbalances.
Yeah, I'm out.
Or the aggressors on level 2, and where bids.
I
are
just
stacked
because
or
I
they're
don't
stacked on the
typically
asset.
play this or
We have
follow it.
visibility to that.
And it was up about
However,
12%. So I'm just gonna
dark
take
pool
my money and run.
transactions occur on
I'm cool
a
with it.
dark market, which means we have no access into any of the liquidity that may be out there on the dark
What else?
market.
What else? What else?
So a dark pool is just that we don't know the intent of the buy, if it was a buy or if it was a sell.
That'd
We
be
don't know who was
87.17.
aggressive, in that transaction. We don't know
Speedy
what the
pullback.
intent is. So essentially, we use
Look,
those for
hot
areas
keys, what's
to watch
up?
price action around,
Welcome.
and they can also become additional areas of support and
Number
resistance.
one.
The intent
Number one.
of people that are transacting
I'm
on the
number
dark pool
one.
is not
Who's
to
number
move
one?
the markets against them. If they're coming in and starting to maybe unload some of their position, they may still have a lot more activity. What happens is that we see it because it hits our scanner, and what you have
Time is it?
occur
It's
are
almost
the
1
other
o'clock.
market
Holy
participants
cow.
that are also watching
I was
that
not supposed to be
action,
here this long
and where
today.
they decide to go with that once it
Ooh, I got an
hits the tape.
emote.
They're not affecting the supply and demand that
Thanks,
we're
Bobby.
seeing and
Thanks
what
for
we
the
have visibility to, with level 2.
book hockeys. Thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate that. And it said I got an emote. I don't know what that is. But I'll click the thank you button. Whatever that is. Ha ha shrug left. We got a new emote. Exciting. Twitch and their gamification. Oh, who was it earlier that subscribed? Let's see. Yeah, so, hey, Book, do you know enough about Twitch to know why? Oh, I guess it doesn't say the same thing there. The last person that subscribed with Twitch Prime, it said shared, your sub shared, it says your sub shared rewards to 5 others in chat. I have no idea if that was like what that means. Yeah, this ALK, crazy. I can't play that though. Yeah, J&J just right now holding up. What's Twilio doing? Is it still acting like Twilio? Sort of, yeah. Pop, drop. Need to go back and look at, I'm not going to even look at this ALK. I can't stand those types of plays. They just scare the shit out of me. And the options on that thing are just stupid. Yeah, Marvel is looking much better here. And had, you know, numerous price target upgrades. Not that that's going to matter, but looks good. Nice bounce on Peloton here, back up to 32. So those $35 YOLO calls that I bought at a quarter, I paid 22 cents. I guess they haven't really moved much yet. It's showing me 16% gain, but they're pricing at 20 by 30. So, and my Roku 160s, green. I haven't even looked at Roku because I only the really small position. Yeah, J&J doesn't give a shit about that news. But Roku 151. Oh, thanks. Let me fix that. On it. I thought that Discord link was... So which... let's see. Oh, on my Streamlabs page. Oof. Is that the one... Let's see. I'll have to go look at that. I haven't messed with that in a while. It's displayed. Oh, okay. Let's see which Discord.
Guys, I'm here.
invite
I'm just
is
responding
that?
to some DMs. So I'm here though.
Thank
But
you
That's why I'm on mute, so you don't hear me typing.
for that information, Bukakis. Thank you. I will fix that. You're talking about that one right there? I don't know which Discord. I assume it goes to this Discord. But this one should work. That one ought to be different. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. Thank you. Island Trader.
What the frick was the news on ALK?
Which one are you
Like,
talking about, Island
Neutral
Trader?
buyout.
Ah,
What were we talking about? Marvel popping off. Yep, 24.30. Ooh, look at that. Nice pop on Marvel. Nice pop. Where are we at on those? 20, what was it, the 28s? No, 23s? We're up a little bit, about 12%. Not bad. Oh, I changed, dude, I cannot trade Ford. I can't trade Ford. Don't make me go look at Ford. January 2021 calls on Ford. $10 calls. Good Lord. Yeah, that OI is insane. The volume is insane. A 2022. Look at the 2021s. $10 calls. 2022. Lots of OI, but not much volume, right? On 2022.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I can't. I don't mess with Ford. I mean, anything that looks like that looks like Morse code or binary, I don't tend to mess with it. So let's start looking at, okay, well, it is at support on the weekly chart back to 2012. But it's been here since, what, August? That was resistance February, December of last year. Okay, so buy them. Go for it. Consolidation, yeah, 10101010. Yeah, there's tons of time on them. Bunch of good news to come. Yeah, possibly. I mean, for what you're paying for them with that much time, I doubt you're going to get hurt. So, and when you get another year for 20 cents, why not? 20 cents a contract, you get another year, or 20, basically $20. You get another year of time. I'll buy a couple with you. How about that? I hate Ford. But yeah, those are dirt cheap for what it is. Kind of like it just because of the risk reward there. Kind of like it, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, guys, we are
I hate
now
Ford.
up 64.21 on the NASDAQ. I just looked
It's
up and saw it.
Ford. But yeah, those are cheap. Yeah. Not a bad play. That thing trades like what's the other chart that looks like that? Is it was it Sprint? Yeah. Fucking Sprint. Doesn't look quite as bad, but it does. FCC chair to propose $9 billion in funding for rural wireless coverage over the course of 10 years. Huh. Let's see. Sorry, I could take a beating and keep going. Bobby. Oh, how many contracts on Expedia? Let me look. Expedia. Where'd you go, Expedia? Well, first I have to figure out where I put Expedia. Okay.
What the heck? Jeff Day
I only have 2
passed
contracts
away?
left on Expedia.
Who?
Jeff Day Trader on Twitter.
I don't know who
And
that is.
yeah, I probably will. I mean, those are out to January.
Oh, that's sad.
That is very sad.
No,
I'm
December
sorry?
20th.
I said that is very
I'll
sad.
probably swing them.
It
I
is.
don't know. I'm not like, the conviction level is not high.
He's one
But
of those ones that's in the group that gets mentioned all, on those
2.
Follow Me Fridays.
I have 2
Gotcha.
contracts left.
And I'm back. I see Amazon is still going to the right.
King, so why is
I like
Amazon
Cisco
down?
too.
The only one down today.
Yep.
I mean,
I like Cisco
I didn't
too.
see any news or anything like that, but I did have
Everyone's
heard
all worried about that. I'm
that
not worried
spike
about
up in-
Cisco at
so
all.
I had it basically
Long
at
term, they're
a
gonna be just
trend
fine.
resistance. So she's been in a wedge. I'm in this trade right now, but
Sweet.
Are you in calls right now?
basically, yeah, but basically when she hit that, let's see, let me give me just 1 second. Let me go out on the longer time frames. I can check it out. But basically, it was just she's been in a wedge for quite a while now. We broke out of it there for, let's see, 1, 2, 3 days, but we basically fell back into it. And so that when she had that spike this morning, she
Need to go
resisted
look at
based on my charting. She basically hit
BMY.
that as resistance and failed there.
Yeah,
But
I
for
had
right
Oh,
now,
1782.
nice move on
I had
BMY today.
my line was around that too, 1782.83.
yeah.
Came back down from there, but I
Still
I
holding
was
those
just
for
wondering if there was
now.
any kind of news or anything they were looking for. The only thing I found, like, was it Biden or something about taxing?
I had that, but I
Oh,
didn't
here.
expect that to.
Does that help? I can turn them off now. Marvel pullback to VWAP. Yeah, no problem. I forgot I still had that streaming. Okay, I can fix it. Here, let's test it.
Okay, thank you, man.
No problem. So I went
How's
back.
that?
She's been in this wedge since the 30th of September. So going back just.
I'm just lowering the volume level on my side. How's that?
On 1 hour.
A little too low?
Yeah.
It completed that right shoulder too.
Yeah, so she stalled out down there at that right shoulder. So I'm
Right.
basically
give that a
watching to see
minute
if,
so you
what
can
she's
hear
gonna
that.
do
Tell
here,
me.
because I think she's kind of at a make or break moment. If she breaks this, and she's gonna head south, but she could get a bounce.
No, I have it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright,
or maybe you're talking to Bobby.
thanks.
For me, it's the input is directed into Streamlabs. I'm listening through my headphones. I don't have anything going through speakers.
Did anybody play Sharp? Did you play Sharp, bro?
I did. Shop was fun. Twilio looking like it's maybe ready to get a pop there. And look at Peloton go. So let's see those 25-cent YOLOs. Where are they now? They are, I think we're gonna bank on those. Let's see. And they're still only 25 by 35, so they have not moved yet. Not much, just a tad. I say just a tad, you know. The last trade on those, what was the last trade? A quarter. Gonna have to give those some time, I suppose. Coming up to VWAP. Here's Kang's Amazon chart on the daily. He's saying hold off for now. Here goes Twilio. Damn it, I'm not even supposed to be here right now. I was supposed to get tires installed. But I can't leave at the moment. I got too many things going on that I'm not walking away from. HPE took a little hit yesterday, but recovered nicely today. Crazy HPE, INTC supercomputer for 21. Yeah, I saw that. I think you and I actually talked about it. And Marvel right back down. Shop broke that trend line again. We had adjusted the trend line when it broke the first time, but now it's well below. Still holding above. Let's see, that 370.55 is the 786 extension. If it can get down there, that would be a good place for it to turn around and make another run. I don't know that it'll get down that far, given that you've got this support here intraday. but we'll see. See if it uses the top of that or if it keeps going. Twilio's got to get some Momo going here to make a run at, full-on reversal of this downtrend, but definitely interesting. Let's hide some of this stuff. Those are too bright. That looks better. Let's see. All the AbbVie bears are coming out of the closets today. That's a good sign. Question, it's hard for me to chase, but every time I thought shop was done, it hits another high a day. What is after? PB, so I played shop a few times, but if you were in here when I played it, I was playing it off this trend line. So when it did this and it pulled back to the trend line, I played it. I didn't pick it up this last move. I didn't get in, but I played it down here, and I got out up in here somewhere. I can't remember. I caught some of this move. So you really just, now I'm looking at it, and this is what I was waiting for. Let's see this 786 extension here at 370.55, 370. This is a pretty critical spot, being that it's right at the 786 extension. So, don't, if you look at this chart on shop, you can see, you didn't have to chase it. There was money to be made just kind of being patient and playing this right here, this 369.07. This spot that was support, also trend line support, would have been a great pickup and a great play. So you didn't have to chase it to play that. So, I'm something like shop, I'm more careful on because of the premium and because of how quickly it can move. I mean, you see this drop, 376. This is a $6 drop, but it's just a pullback, right? It's not really tanking or anything like that by any means. It just looks like a pullback. But it's going to do that. It can make big moves like that. Yeah. I mean, I would say here, if we only got 45 minutes left in the day. So I don't, and shop is not something that I would necessarily want to swing. in this market. If we get something overnight that puts the SPY back down at 309, Shop's going to get its ass kicked. Probably. Nothing's for sure, but SPY may be coming up on this trend support. You could look at this and say, well, SPY is, kind of been following this trend for the last couple hours. Maybe this trend line on the 1 minute holds. If it does and it gets a bounce here, Shop's at a good place to get a bounce. Play those two in conjunction, somewhat, and say, okay, well, SPY, if you get a little bounce here, we start making a move back up. I mean, this is where you want to be buying in most cases. And Shop, it took this drop. Maybe just profit taking towards the end of the day here. Still a little ways off of this longer term trend line that I have down here on the 1 hour. You only have 2 points of contact. So, you want to see a third and bounce. But I think this late in the day, it's a little more risky, but, you could play it close. If it breaks that down, it gets scary. Give it a couple more minutes. Watch it for a few minutes. See if that volume, this is getting pushed up. Looks like it's going to bounce right there, potentially. Now I'd look at, I played the 380s, I played the 377 50s. It's hard for me to play this again right here because I've played it like 4 times and I've been green on all 4 trades. 5 trades, whatever I've done here. So I'm a little risk averse here. Just because normally it's like the 4th or 5th, sometimes the 3rd that gets me. But it's not a horrible spot. Not a horrible spot off that 618. And that 618 coincides here on the 30-minute chart. You can see it here on the 60-minute. Following those fibs. The 618 is always tough because it's like, the 786 extension here. Because if you do get a pullback, it might pull back to the 618 before moving higher, which is 366.10, so $4 below where it's at here. But just give it a minute and see, if you get it up here around 371-ish, I think would confirm that, you're getting ready to make another move back up. Otherwise, if it gets down here around 366, I would be in. I would be willing to try that. But I'm not going to try it right here, right now. $32.71 from Peloton. Off that 31.20, made it all the way down here, 31.24. Now it's up $1.50 from there. That sucker can move. PanW back down here, 226. Just does not want to continue. BMY made a really nice move today. It's not a ton. It's up about $1, 2%, but it was a nice move. Been pretty solid today. I'm still in some AbbVie 87s for this week. Norton LifeLock NLock is at 25.38. And those Peloton 35s, now they're moving up a little, 30 by 35. Shows a 51% gain, but meh. Let's see. Coop got into BMY earlier on BBS flow. Contracts are up a good bit. Any thoughts on where I should get out? If you're happy and you know it, just press sell. If you're happy and you know it, just press sell. Okay, there's a shop alert. Look at that. Popped right there off that 618. Dare I try another round of shop? I do dare. I dared. But I am watching this really closely, this 618 extension. Because if this does not continue pretty quickly and it just fumbles around here, decay is gonna hurt. I bought the 375s. Got IV crushed on CPB. Had nice earnings. Hopefully gonna run up next week. Let's look at CPB. I'm gonna play this shop out for a second, see what it decides to do. I'm gonna put this up on the 1 minute or the this thing with all the indicators on it. Kind of looks good right here. Getting a curl up here on the KST indicator. See what she's going to do. I think it's after the run that it had today and this pullback, definitely some risk involved, but I also know that I've got my 618 extension as an area of support. Kang's joke. Did you hear the song about the tortilla? Well, it was actually more of a rap. Yep. All right. There's a little pullback. Now let's see what it's going to do from here. Below. Just barely messing with this HMA. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I need to hide that VPVR. Here we go. Damn you, go the other way. Yeah, that way. Go that way. See those candles pushing up there, the wicks. You like to see the tail at the bottom and the body at the top, pushing that price up. Uh-oh, what did I miss? People are going crazy on Discord. What did I miss? Oh my God. Ugh. That was funny. That was funny. I'm not even going to repeat that joke. You got to be in Discord to hear that, but that's hilarious. That was really funny. I will not repeat that. So we got the 200 MA just above on Marvel. Shop getting a little bounce there. Come on, shop. Let's make another end of day run. Let's do it. That'll be fun. Be a nice way to end the day. We got about 30 minutes left. And I am not looking to swing these. So it's got to work right here. Or I will say bye-bye. Let's do it, shop. Come on. Go shop. Go shop. Go shop. Yeah, Coop. I mean, I'm still holding BMY, but you know, like I said, it depends on the size of your account, and that's sort of trying to grow a small account, then, you know, maybe that's when you use a stop. I don't necessarily use a lot of hard stops, but SPY's getting some sells. Thank you for that information. On that note, because if we're going to get an end of day drop on SPY, oh yeah, we are. At least moderate drop here on SPY. Wonder what the MOC looks like today. I think I might just get out before end of day. Not sure if I want to swing. Well, in Coop, you can, you know, it's not like it's moving real fast. So, you know, not like you can't get back in. If it still looks good to you tomorrow, just play a different strike. You know, if it gaps up a little bit, maybe wait for a pullback, but you know, it ain't gonna, I don't think you're gonna get like a $3 gap or something. I mean, it's up to you, but never hurts to take your money and run. All right, shop. Let's do it. You get through that 34, and it's on like Donkey Kong. Let's see. I am somewhat consistent. My account is growing. Do you like to buy more contracts or more? Do I have more contracts or more options? Like, it sounds like the same question. Focus intraday. Swings always seem to go against me overnight. Coop. Swings are tougher, especially in today's market. But that would tell me that you're either not buying enough time or you're not playing long-term areas of support and resistance. Oh, more shares or more contracts? If that's what you're asking me, for me, it depends on the play. What am I playing? What level of confidence do I have? Is it something that I want to buy? Like when I bought shop at 330, I was like, I want to buy this and I'm not really going to look at it for a little while. And I have a stop set at 370 on Commons. So for me, it depends on what, again, like the confidence level in the play. What are the chances that it's going to move against me? So shop, there's 2 hours, 14-day average. Yeah. You know, shop can make some big moves. Now, if you're talking about something that just kind of creeps up nice and slow, that isn't going to take some big drop and you're going to get crushed, you know, then you could play a little more. Number of options. So like how many different plays? So I get what you're saying. I don't know. I guess I don't really I try not to get in too many things because that's when, you know, when I do take bigger losses, it's because I'm in too much. And I forget about something. I don't go back and look at it. It gets away from me. That's when when I do get hurt, that's when it happens. So, you know, I'm trying to avoid that. outside of that, I guess, I kind of have a sense of my own comfort level. And that's it. Like, just, stay in your comfort zone. PB, I am for now. I mean, this level of support is still holding. I'm going to hold it for now. All right, so I'm tempted to close out of these shops just because, like I said, I've had so many winning trades on shop today that it scares me. Well, my. You've got to, scale back and figure out why. Like, why is it that when you're buying more contracts, you lose? Is it because your size is too big and you can't be patient enough? Like your position size is so big that you get uncomfortable if it drops 20%, whereas and that's what it is for most people. If the position size is smaller and it drops 20% or 30%, but they're looking at the chart going, well, it's still playing out. If you're getting stopped out or scared out of those, then it's typically related to position size. SPY 300 end of day, I'll retire. Cool, take me with you. PNW 225.80. Give me a minute on PNW because I am in this shop trade and it just broke slightly below here. Let's look at, what do we see with VWAP? Everything else turned on. Got the 21 EMA that it's sitting at right now, but it made this little pop and kind of rejected the 34, so gotta see what happens here. Thoughts on Fortinet as a buy for Commons? Yeah. Man, I don't know. Let me think about that one a little bit. So Fortinet is an interesting one for me because I used to sell Fortinet, and I know a lot of the people that work there. And Fortinet, to me, is kind of in this weird area where it's like you got a lot of people that know Palo Alto's OS. You got a lot of people that are proficient with Cisco. Fortinet is, you get a lot of people that, like when I was trying to sell Fortinet, a lot of security guys that are like, I know Palo. I know Cisco. Why am I going Fortinet? So my, just play the chart then. That means that you're not, like, when you guys ask me if I'm still in something or how many contracts I have left or what I bought at, like, I have to go back and actually look because I'm not staring at the P&L. You really gotta, like, condition yourself to be more disciplined at just playing the chart. And if it breaks, and there are times that I don't cut things just because for me, I still have a feeling that, okay, I think this is still going to be okay. But if you're like wrong a lot on that, then just start playing the chart and just be more disciplined and cut. Palo Alto drops below 225.21. Fuck it, I'm out. Right? Like, you just got to you got to develop that discipline and know that even if I like it, if the rest of the market doesn't, I got to cut it. I like Palo Alto. I think the drop was overdone. I think it goes back up, but it doesn't matter what I think. And just because I like it doesn't mean everybody else does. So, I need UAL to punch someone again. It broke below, so I got out. 150 to 240. Hey, that's a great trade. 150 to 245. Very nice. You like what still? Oh, you like the UI. Gotcha. I haven't looked at the Fortinet, and that's why I said I got to kind of think about it, because I haven't looked at the Fortinet UI in a long, long time. Okay, shop, I'm out. That is not the move that I wanted to see with contracts that expire this week. And that's why I shouldn't have taken that trade, because I had been so solid on shop. But I'm not going to, and that's it, right? Like, I wanted to see this continue, but it rejected the 34. It might bounce right here. This was support, right? I could have used that as my level. But like I said, I'm a little gun shy on it because I did so well on it today. I don't want to give that back. So I'm just going to get out and call it a day on shop. Be happy with what I got. 136. 24 minutes. Oh, UBNT. Yeah. I love Ubiquity. Oh, it changed? I didn't even realize it changed the UI. Yeah, I love Ubiquity. I mean, for what it's, like what it's designed for, I really like it. And I have not had I haven't been able to use their enterprise stuff besides the access points because they weren't crazy expensive. So I got some good access points from them. But yeah, super easy. Super easy. Well, in VPN, right? Like, remember back in the day setting up site-to-site VPNs on Cisco 2600s or something like that? It was a pain in the ass. Ubiquity, site-to-site VPN, hub and spoke type scenarios, it's super easy. Yeah, I have a USG. That's what I use. I have a USG 3. And I have a 48 port. I have the 48 port 500 watt PoE switch. And I have one of their little 8 port PoE switches in my living room that all my crap down there is connected to. Those in-wall access points are freaking slick. I have a couple of those and they're awesome. Look at AppV popping. Very, very nice. And their shop pullback, but I'm not messing with it anymore today. Yeah, those in-walls are sweet. Let's go. AbbV, keep going. PNW needs to stop doing the sad dance. Roku popping again a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, I actually run the Cloud Key in a Docker container in Azure. Yeah. Yeah, so I love that. The fact that I can run it in a container and it's lightweight, runs great. I don't have any issues with it at all. UAL looking like they did punch someone again. Peloton. Good. Well, I don't have to look at Sprint. Let's look at UAL. Ooh, yeah. Inky, what's up? Sure, we can look at XLN. I love XLNX. The only thing that worries me on them is the fact that they are so heavily impacted by China tariffs. We spoke about it at a good spot. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Get well soon. Bukakis, if you want to have a discussion about Azure pricing, I can help you out. They will very rarely lose to AWS on price. You just have to know how to talk to them, how to talk to the Microsoft team. You can get, and I can come in handy there because I used to negotiate those contracts. Yeah, this is a good spot for XLNX. Around $90. It's a good spot. When's ER? January 28th. I mean, yeah. God, why did I miss this at 88? That would have been awesome. Yeah, it's a good spot for XLNX for sure. I like it. What I don't know about XLNX is how much they are impacted. I've seen the impact that the China tariffs and stuff have on them. But what about, like, you know, Amazon investing in their own silicon and that sort of thing? Let's see. You're eyeing March 2020 call spread 91.10. I like that. Hinky, you're stalking me? That's okay. You're allowed. We've had real life conversations. We're okay. I'm not scared. So you're looking March 2020. Gotcha. Microsoft what is this headline? Nothing important. Shareholder meeting transcript. Not important. LDAP integration for SSL VPN. I don't know what the issue with that is in FortiGate. If the integration isn't there or what. Like I said, I haven't used Fortinet or even looked at it in quite a while. Now, Azure, on the other hand, is something that I am very, very, very familiar with. So the 90s out to March, you're looking at $7, 685 by $7. And what are the 110s? 110s are $1.38 by $1.45. You know, at that point, I know you like to play those, and it does help eliminate or reduce the cost of those. I mean, I like the play in the 90s out to March. My only concern is I love where it's at on the chart, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't know how much XLNX is going to be able to run until this tariff crap, you know, comes to a head. Is my only concern. You know, this is November 2018 into 2019. It sat in this range. Actually, all the way to January 2019. So, let's see, October 18, 3 months it was able to sit in here. So, that's my concern. I mean, it's right at support. I would say we keep an eye on it. I don't think I want to open anything just yet on this, but I do like where it's at. I'm just not convinced yet. For me personally. There you go. Cool. Peloton pull back a little bit. SPY. did break that. Support, but right at VWAP. Holding so far. Oh, shop. I'm glad. Oh, no, that's not shop. That's Marvel. Damn you, Marvel. And damn you, shop. Because it pulled back and then ran higher. That's okay. I only took like a 3% loss on that. It was nothing. BMY. Just on fire. Roku. What's Roku going to do here at the end of the day? Look at that buy volume coming into XLNX, Anki. Right after you bought the contracts or contract. That is sweet. God, I want to follow that, but yeah, the China shit just concerns me on this one because they're so heavily impacted by that. Oh, you didn't get filled yet? Good. Good. Yeah, I wouldn't. You never know what tomorrow is going to bring. I think you've got plenty of time. I would like it to see over this 200 on the 30-minute there that it's approaching. If we look at 1 hour, look at that rejection off the 200. The last time it got a little pop and move up, it rejected the 200 there on the 1 hour. So keep an eye on that for sure. I want to go take a look at what's Cat doing today. Ooh, Cat. Look at Cat. It's going to get back down to 139 though and bounce again because it just refuses to fall. So far, it has just refused to dump. Oh, Myrtle Beach. I don't know. Jeez. Do I think we open? The better question is, are we going to open lower or higher? You know, I don't know. I try not to guess. That's why I don't play these ER games that they play in Black Box because I try not to guess. It's like, well, I just, just see where we're at. If I had to throw something out there, based on the move today, like if I'm just looking at the 1 minute chart, I think we open higher. Now, if I look at, let me go back to my SPY chart. Oops. We got 800 million to buy on the MOC. I mean, look at this on that weekly, that push up on that candle. We already had our drop, which came right back down to the 34 EMA on the daily, and we're moving up from there. I wouldn't be surprised to see us open higher. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to sit in Marvel for now. Let's go back and look at Marvel. Is it still dropping or is it still holding that support? It's still holding that support at the moment. So, I don't know. Marvel's been a tough one. I'm probably only about a 30% win rate on the trades that I've taken in Marvel. The 70% outweighs the 30% as far as value goes, but yeah, Marvel's been not nice to me as far as just the number of trades I've taken. Look at this little pop on BMY at the end of the day here. Very nice. SPY upside, which means, ooh, Shop is dropping. No, that's not Shop. That's Marvel. God, I keep doing that. I don't know why I'm thinking Shop's over here. No, Shop is popping. Roulette bullish on W. Ticker W. V. I wonder if we've seen anybody flipping out of BMY yet. I don't know. I want to give Marvel a little bit of room after this drop on earnings, price target upgrades. I want to give it a little room. But you don't have to. If you don't like it. And like I said, my win rate on it is not great. So, yeah, look at BMY pop. That is gorgeous. Every position is red today? That's not good. That's not good. I've actually had a pretty good day. Has not been bad. God, I want to buy more cat puts, but that 139, you know, that has been just a force. And I can't buy them here, you know, low a day, but it went up 30 cents, but overall lost $2 a share. Ouch. It was worth 125.38. My contract was 260. However, later today was at 125.43, but the contract was less. Decay. Yes. Decay. That is the explanation. If the stock price moves up and your contract moves down, you assume theta decay. I am holding BMY. Pull back on now SPY is dropping here. Yep. Look at time value and an intrinsic value. Peloton over 33 now. So the 25-cent, $35 YOLO. Come on, give me a good number. 74% is what it's showing, but they're pricing 35 by 40. So that's nice. There's a lot of stuff dropping right now. So I'm not going to place too much emphasis on that. No, I mean, sometimes, Skatey, it depends on what I'm playing. There are times that, if something's a high price contract, that I might, hedge somehow or reduce the cost of entering that position by like what we were talking about when Anki was on here, like buying the $90 calls in XLNX and selling the 110s to lower the cost to enter. There are times that I will, protect myself by hedging that position in case it goes against me. It depends on, how long I'm going to hold it and, what the price of the contracts are. If it's a smaller position, I'm not going to mess with hedging it. Three minutes. Big drop on PCG, I hear. Or read. Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't realize it made it up that high. Nice bounce on AbbVie right there. Roulette bearish on PCG. This week's 950. Calls. Roulette bearish. So my stop loss on shop has not hit on the commons. I was just checking that. So I still get to take advantage of the run. So PCG took this drop. We got a roulette bearish, and now it's popping right back up. Let's go look at Amazon real quick. Amazon dropping here on volume into the close. At B dropping on a little bit of volume into the close. I don't know if I believe the MOC 800 million to buy. Maybe they're just messing with us. Drop on Roku, drop on Twilio, and the market is closed. Awesome. It was a good day. It was a good day. Did all right today. And I'll let you guys listen in to the ER conversation.
AUPH is halted, news pending.
AUPH is halted?
Flow come into that over the past couple of weeks, actually. I think yesterday, too. And today, but today was bearish. It's been bullish up till today.
Oh, interesting.
Big D, you said things are going to blow up overnight. You plan on eating some Chipotle?
Yeah, it did.
I live in Colombia. If I want Mexican food, I have to make it.
I know it was just a joke, considering how Chipotle's food is, you know.
I know, but you know, I'll quality control my own stuff.
Okay then. AUPH. 1-800. All right, Maria, floor is yours.
All right, as soon as we get the ER.
Also going to take a look at the after-hours scanner and black box and see what's moving. Anyone wants to see what the post-market scan looks like? It looks like this. Drop on 5, 3.3%. Cisco moving up just a little bit. JS, TVX, UVXY. Work, W-Day. Tesla. Popping up on the after-hour scanner.
These are dipping in after hours. Quite a bit.
I'm going to say this real quick before Mario starts.
Yes, Katie, this is all I do.
I hope I enjoyed being with y'all today about the dip, and I will see.
I mean, I say this is all I do. I do a lot, but
Have a good one.
yes, this is my full-time job.
Trouble. Remember, Maria's number after hours 1-900 bail in case you need bail. Okay.
Yep.
In case you need bail money.
I'm coming with Smallville, so.
Mario, you crazy. You crazy.
I had to do it.
Oh, you crazy.
At what point did you take up trading full time? You know, this last run. So I was trading full time a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I was trading full time, and then I got a really good job offer, and went to Microsoft, and I couldn't refuse it.
So 5 is out. I'm just waiting for the numbers. There we go. 5 Below reports Q3 EPS 18 cents. The consensus was 17 cents. Q3 revenue 377.44 million. The consensus was 373.53 million. Q3 comp sales increased by 2.9%.
Seems like it was a beat. But this last, after I left Microsoft, I went to one of their partners, and they sucked. So I was there for a couple years, and then they decided they weren't going to be like focused on Azure anymore. And honestly, the CEO was an idiot, so couldn't do it anymore. And I've been trading long enough that I was like, I'm just going to go do this. And I've been waiting to, for an opportunity at Black Box for a while, and that opportunity came about. So I actually work for Black Box, and hopefully in a greater capacity in the near future. We're in talks. Microsoft announced that they declared a dividend of 51 cents a share, payable March 12th. Nice.
5C's Q4 EPS $1.97 to 2.05. The consensus was 2.02. They see Q4 revenue 717 to 732 million. The consensus was 733.97 million. It's a slight guide down on revenue for next quarter.
There you go. But yeah, it was kind of when I was at a point where I knew like the money that I had stashed away from these other gigs, these other jobs, like could support me for a while if I needed to.
EPS 23 cents.
And I felt confident enough in my trading to make the switch. And then, I also have
very slight beat on revenue.
Some guaranteed income
sales, which include e-commerce net
from Black Box. So that's nice.
Last year's third
that helps.
Increase of 4.3%.
I want to find out what AUPH is all about.
EPS 29 to 32 cents. The consensus
yes, what?
27.
Yes, Black Box pays me.
They expect its fourth quarter net sales to range
Lukaki's what?
Approximately 179 million to 184 million.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at least that, right? Because I think it takes longer than that to
AJ, thank you. He's saying
become
AUPH
announced
announced positive phase 3 results.
AUPH announced positive phase 3
Are you
results.
No, I just have been.
But yeah, I agree. You've got to have.
Are you still in HD?
In my opinion, if you want to make a run at it,
let me check.
It cannot be. There's just, in my opinion, there's too much pressure.
Forever and ever and ever and ever.
There's too much pressure. If you know that, hell, if I don't make $3,000 this month, I'm not going to make my bills. Like if that's in the back of your head and you're trying to learn and focus and develop strategy and become consistent and disciplined, I think it's very difficult unless you've been doing it for a really long time. But if you're just trying to like make that step to doing it full time, you cannot be, in my opinion, short term, like reliant on the success of it. You have to be able to just take your time and learn, and you're going to have some losses, and it can't make or break you.
14.86 million.
Yeah.
Comp store sales decreased 2% compared to a 5.2% increase in third quarter last year. So that's a big miss on comp sales. Comp store.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out too. I think that's a very important point.
That's closer than our age.
I think that's a very important point.
And actually, there's a headline. Wayfair reports 5-day holiday shopping weekend direct retail sales rose 36%. Wow. It says the company states that more customers than ever before took advantage of Wayfair's mobile app.
God, the number of people that we've seen come here and they come here with $1,000 and they say, I got to make, I have to turn this into $1,500 to be able to keep doing this for another month. That's a lot of pressure.
31 to 36 cents.
That's a lot of pressure.
49 cents.
And they're trying to learn it, like they don't really know what they're doing.
The consensus
That's tough.
was 413.62 million. They see Q4 same-store sales growth of -6.
Definitely a steep learning curve.
Smartsheet SMAR reports Q3 EPS -15 cents. The consensus was -18 cents.
Yeah, so Anki, like we're obviously talking more general. But for you, yeah, if you can stash away 12 months the 12 months of bills or
So
something
be
like that
positive. Thank you.
in your savings,
It looks like
you're
TD is adding
gonna
some,
be better off. It takes off that pressure, that short term. Oh my God, I got to make this work.
5 Below Titans full year 19.
Takes that
EPS
pressure
view
off.
to
Like I would
311
have
to
a year of
319,
bills stashed away,
308 to
and then an
319.
account with enough
The
money in
consensus
it.
is 315.
You know,
Backing the full
a
year
brokerage
19
account with
revenue
enough
bill
money in it
of
to
1.88
experience
1.89 billion.
some
The
ups and
consensus
downs
was
over the
1.89
course of
billion.
6-8
They see
months.
full year 19 comp store sales up 2.5%.
How much capital do you use for day trading? Depends on your position size. You know what I mean? I honestly, I'll be honest, that I've got enough capital that I don't really have to worry about that. I just take the trades that I want to take that are within my level of risk tolerance. Cut them when I don't like them anymore, and I don't really have to worry too much at this point about
Q4 EPS minus 17 to minus 16 cents.
how much capital I'm trading with throughout the day.
AC Q4 revenue 77 to 78
So I don't really look at that. I mean, there's days where I think I trade with, yeah, I don't, it varies. There's days that I you know, might only make,
they're cutting their full year 20 revenue.
there's days I might only make $10,000 worth of trades. There's days I make far more than that in trades. So it just depends.
They're cutting their full year same store sales growth view to minus 2.6 to minus 2% from minus 1.5 to positive 0.5%.
And I don't even know if I could tell you the average, because there's days that I'm flipping $2 contracts, and there's days that I'm flipping, you know, contracts like those contracts on Shop that were $600 or $800 a contract.
So they can move on earnings.
I just don't think it was a very. I don't think it's very good.
I know.
Thank you, Rod.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
They see full year 20 EPS minus 53 to minus 52 cents. The consensus was minus 55 cents. They see full year 20 revenue 260.
To add to that, Bukkake's definitely the confidence helps. I would say
it says they see full year 20
I think
of
what's more important than a dollar goal of daily profit, which I think is really good.
Reports Q3 adjusted EPS 25
I like
cents. Consensus was 25 cents. Q3
you know, focusing on good entries and exits, not worrying about the dollar gain from the get-go. Just focus on making good trades. How many trades can you make in a day that you can look back at and say, I was patient, I waited for the right entry, whether or not the trade worked out, and then I cut it when I needed to cut it. And I think if you focus on that, the rest works itself out, right? If you're focusing on good entries and exits, not a profit target. Like, I'm not even looking at that most of the time. I'll go back and glance at it, right? And you'll hear me say, oh, it's up 30%, I'm going to take it off the table, right? And I'll take some off. Just lock in some gains. But, you know, I think the most important is just focusing on good entries and exits. Thanks, Coop. You shared rewards to 5 others in chat. I don't know what that means.
SPWHC's Q4 adjusted EPS 29 to 35 cents. Consensus was 28 cents.
And you gave us another emote.
263 to 273 million. Consensus was 269.79 million. They see Q4 same store sales in the range of down.
Do you pay yourself off your winnings monthly, or do you do something else? To be honest, I am in a position that I don't really have to take anything out of my accounts right now. If I had to, that would be a different story. And it's there if I need it. But, you know, my wife and I are on the same page in that the money that I get from Blackbox, you know, what I make from them goes into a business account. What I get paid from, you know, now I make a little bit of money through TradingView, a little bit through Twitch. That all goes into the business account. and that's our first like honeypot after. I mean, we're a 2-income family, so she works as well, and so that certainly makes it. And that's why everything just kind of came together for me to be able to do this right now. So I haven't had to draw from it, and I don't want to unless I have to. It's hard to meet a family that is in 2-income, yeah. If I enter 10 trades and try to exit and enter, I might overtrade and get too crazy. Yeah. So one thing that you can also focus on is, and I did this early on, which was I'm only allowed to make 3 trades for the day. And you can only be in 2 tickers at one time, or maybe 1. And, what that forces you to do is, okay, if I like this one more than this one, then I either need to set a stop or get out to be able to get into this one. Like, I like this one better. I like the chart better. I like the setup better, and I want to get into it. But I can't because I'm already in this other one. That will help you be more disciplined and more patient. And it'll keep you from chasing, something that, like a Roman candle pop. Time to start a podcast? I don't know anything about that. But maybe, I don't know.
SPW
I don't know how many people are going to sign up to, just listen to me talk. And then I have to go through the effort of, coming up with topics and stuff. I don't know.
From 866 to 884 million.
Time to start a hedge fund? No, I don't want to manage other people's money.
And they see full year 19.
That is not my intent. I help some family members, but it's not something that I want to. Definitely not something I want to do. I just want to trade for me, manage my own money. Keep it simple.
Wow, that ALLK is up $4 on a.
Yep.
It's at 100.
The only person I have to report to and answer to is myself and my wife. My friend went from a hedge fund to a venture capital. He hated the hedge fund, yeah. I mean, I don't, not my, no experience with that, so I just like to trade. And I've been pretty good at it, so.
Okay, Maria, do you have a crazy ass candle on Google to the downside?
On which one?
Google. I mean, crazy ass candles.
I have one. It's like flat.
I'll think about the podcast thing.
Done at 1294.
I'll think about that.
Okay.
Someone else asked me about that too. I've got someone else who reached out to me and said, "Man, it would be really cool if I could listen to this."
What'd you say, JT?
As a podcast.
I said, do you have a crazy candle on Amazon too? It's like a big room.
So mine's just a little speck. Like, it's not an actual candle. It's like there's a gap in there. It's like the beginning of.
Okay, so I have a crazy candle up on Amazon.
$9. Amazon up $9 after hours.
I've got a big red candle on Bristol Myers. Odd. Really weird.
But it could just be because there's not really any real volume there.
Once a week podcast, bring a guest on for 25 minutes, record it, let us watch it from here as it's recorded.
Does Tesla have the same thing?
Take 20 minutes after hours to edit it, ship it off to distro through something.
Okay, I don't have one on Tesla.
Boom, done, very educational, get black box to back it.
Yeah, that's.
Forex, I didn't go to college.
Like, you have to actually open the.
Actually, I did. I'm 4 credit hours from a bachelor's. I didn't finish.
Did you see that message? On
PBS.
You're breaking up for me.
That message?
Yep. Bukaki, send me a DM. Like, if this is something you're familiar with, send me a DM.
These account, they're gonna start charging additional fees on. Let's see. It looks like SPX, SPXW.
So,
OEX,
and PB, like,
Exio, Vixen,
my
IoT.
goals are twofold. One is to increase the retirement savings.
The same thing.
And I trade out of a IRA and 401k for that. And then my brokerage accounts, my goal is to get to a point where I'd like to get my house paid off.
Q3 revenue 168.7 million. The consensus was 156.02 million. They see Q4 adjusted EPS -7 to -6 cents. The consensus is -6 cents.
I'll have to call them back.
Revenue,
Does Black Box offer any membership deals for one's birthday, birth month? Yannick,
It looks like AJ says that
typically any discounts that are offered
board members stepping down.
are off annual rates. Are you in my Discord server?
Slack raises full year 20 adjusted EPS view to
CD Baby distributes through Spotify,
cents,
iTunes,
from
etc.
-42 to -40 cents. The
Okay,
consensus was
I'll have to look at that.
-20 cents. They are raising full year 20 revenue view to 621 to 623 million, from 603 to 610 million. The consensus was 608.98.
It's a nice guide up.
It is.
Let's see. Yeah, that was a great deal. Bobby, I don't think so. In the last hour, in and out of shop, but I think that was it. Yeah, and that Coop, that is a great deal. A great deal. Now it ended on the 3rd, and that's why I was going to ask you. Yes, Bobby, still have a little bit of Expedia. I think.
H&R Block HRB reports Q2 EPS minus.
I will verify that. Yes, I do still have a little Expedia.
Q2 revenue 160.
Not much, but a little bit.
161.1 million, so slight.
And you took the annual membership? Good. Sweet. Yannick, if you're still there, let me know if you're on Discord. DM me or something, and we can chat about it. I'm waiting for AUPH to unhalt. I kind of want to see what it does. I played this quite a bit back in the day, but it's been a while.
I think the only one we're waiting for right now is RH.
Okay, gotcha. I'm multitasking, so I'm here.
No worries.
I still have those funky candles on Google and Amazon. But what's
Any way to
crazy is it
purchase
looks
those
like
sweet
the
black
charts
box hoodies? They are for
Nothing
sale.
is moving.
They are definitely for sale.
There's no volume with it.
Yeah, I've got.
And yeah,
videos
they
of
can
it.
be purchased. Are you?
I want to see what AUPH opens.
So that annual deal,
RH reports
was supposed to be
Q3
till
EPS
yesterday.
$2.79. The
If
consensus
you
was
want, I can try to get you in
$2.63.
on it,
They reported Q3 revenue
and
$676.7 million.
maybe I
The
can.
consensus was $676.39 million. So
Maybe
slight
we
beat on
can
revenue.
figure something out with a hoodie, like a
Okay,
discount
well,
on one
I
or
know
something.
now that E-Trade is not frozen. RH moved.
I'm gonna have to get out of here. Skedaddle. I was hoping to see AUPH open, but I have some stuff I gotta go get done.
It may not be showing it on the
Yannick, I don't want to leave you
version,
hanging,
maybe, but it's
because
showing it on
that
the desktop
offer is
version.
something we'd have to move on pretty quick, given that it was supposed to end yesterday. I'd have to move on that pretty quick if it was something you wanted to do. And if you're not familiar with it,
Mari, do you remember offhand what
and
the
Anki,
implied
thank
move
you
was
for
RH?
that.
It was. Hold on.
Strings would need to be pulled.
I could look it up. I just
Yep.
figured because you'll watch those.
16.7%, and then the medium move was 14.4%.
Which is fine.
Thank
you know.
You're welcome.
I'm just watching.
I can
this
be pretty
action right
persuasive.
now, and they are up 0.05%. Yeah, HK, I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, so you're already, I see you in Black Box. You're
Marco,
already a
it's
Black Box
RH.
member. Okay. Cool,
Marnette,
cool.
we were talking about this before the close. RH is extremely unpredictable.
We certainly
Not
try.
one I play over ER.
We certainly
I played
try.
after, but not one I YOLO through either. I also asked about that because one, on the implied move, because a lot of times you'll get a big pump in IV on RH, well, on any ticker before they go into ER. But if they're saying that there's a 16% move, implied move on RH, and if RH is on, right now it's moved 1.94%.
I can ask.
IV is going to kill, it could potentially kill both sides.
I don't think so. Historically, I've never heard of that, like on a month-to-month basis. But yeah, so Yannick,
long-term revenue growth
the annual plan. So I don't know what you're paying, probably 99. The annual plan makes it 67 a month. So if you're gonna hang around, the annual plan is a screaming deal. It's the cheapest I've ever seen Black Box. So I'll tell you what, think about it. If it's something you're interested in,
impair ability to achieve financial targets.
Send me a DM in Discord.
You know what? I don't see.
I'll be driving for the next hour, but send me a DM in Discord and I'll make the phone call for you. And I'm sure we could work it out if you wanted to take advantage of the deal.
From China.
Yeah, I'm curious.
And I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal.
It says the company states that
I'm going to DM you this deal.
We do not expect the current tariffs to impair our ability to achieve stated financial goals, and the impact from the increased tariffs. It says are embedded in our guidance for the year. We continue to receive pricing accommodations from vendors and have implemented price increases where necessary, with little to no impact to our business.
Interesting. So, because on E-Train, I have RH positive. I don't have it negative.
I've got it down slightly from the close.
From the
I'm gonna
close,
try here
yeah,
if I can
but I don't
find
have
you.
it. Well, now it might be dipping a little bit more.
Because I'd love to see you take advantage
I mean,
of
it
it.
took that little dip, bounced off of a pivot, and let's see. Oh, real EPM. So generally, the fly is really good on the day of ER. That's why I asked Maria. They'll
Check your
put
DM.
out an implied move, so you can always look on.
When do you post the
Blackbox
recorded
and look for that.
version
Or also
of the
look
day
at
trade, like
options
today's trading
plan.
day? As soon as I hit end stream, it gets processed automatically on YouTube and here on Twitch. So go watch it on YouTube. It'll be available within a few minutes of me hitting end stream, which is going to happen here very, very shortly. So yeah. And I need to update my YouTube links, but
All right, Maria. What else are we waiting on?
RH
There you
backs
go.
Q4 EPS view 350 to 362, consensus 358. Adjust Q4 revenue view to 703 to 711.5 million from 703 to 711 million. Consensus was 709.44 million. They adjusted it by $500,000.
all right, guys. If there's nothing else, I gotta run. So it's a great day. Thanks for hanging out. And I will catch you tomorrow.